All right. What's going on, everybody? Oh, it's fucking cold. Got the heater on, but it's cold. All right, starting with pull-ups, as always. Yeah, I'm ready to work out. Oof. Oof.
People are at the highest levels of depression, particularly young people have never experienced so much depression in all of recorded history. And people still want to say violent horror shows, movies, games and being exposed to gore is not to blame.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with it. People have had way more exposure to real-life violence in the past. Um, it's a variety of factors that are causing it. I think some of it's actually a lot of it's probably due to social media. Um, Mindset of young people. I think there's been a change in life philosophy. There's also economic factors. Thanks for the donation, though, Soul Child. You're still an idiot. Tips to get juicier forearms: you need to train your forearms. Hit on a girl at a park today, asked for a number. After she gave it to me, I saw she walked back to her husband. I don't know how to feel. Just a dumb bitch, dude. Ugh. Maybe you should try Progressive Overload and Battletoads. That game's just hard, dude. I farted. Thanks for the donation, Chris. Appreciate it. Oh. All right, let's start adding weight. think a piece of chalk fell into my eye.
Are you steroids or something? I'm sorry, but I'm mentally retarded and can't read the stream title.
Yep. I'm on steroids. That's okay. It's not your fault you're retarded. Thanks for the donation, dude. Dodo donators, you know, it's kind of a good thing 90% of Trump's cabinet is extremely unqualified and incompetent, because if they were competent and still had the same mindset and ideals, they would be able to turn the country into a ruined fascist dictatorship much more efficiently. Yeah. I think incompetence goes hand in hand with fascism, though. It's just how it works. God damn it. Spilt my fucking chalk everywhere. Son of a fucking bitch, dude. Fuck me, that's annoying. Oh. Yeah, I was watching Scooby's live stream for a bit.
I love watching Michelle's videos with Durian Rider in it and reading the comments. They're hilarious. He's making videos with an immature child and people call him grandpa. At least he can.
No, I don't eat mussels or oysters. Alright, so this is 50 pounds. Oh. 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 CDG donated $2. Why are you doing weak ass pussy exercises right now with no weight or barely any weight? Also, would you say you work out for 2 hours per day when we can literally see you're just on your phone relaxing 90% of the time? Yeah, whatever. Okay. Dodo donates. Churches are taking people to Charlie Kirk's memorial. 100K people are expected to be there. But should churches be allowed to do that and still be tax exempt? They're acting as political vessels. Religious organizations should not be tax exempt. They're businesses just like any other. It's fucking stupid. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. And especially since, yeah, they do have strong political affiliations, especially with the Republican Party. They should not be tax exempt. They are acting as political organizations, basically. Are you not worried about the mental effects of steroids? Are you worried about going outside? Because that's where crime happens. Aren't you worried about driving a car? Because, like, you could get into a car accident. Don't ask me those stupid fucking questions.
Hey dude, I have been dealing with shoulder pain for 5 years now. It's not bad but nagging. Doc said I need physio to fix compensations. It is not severe at all, should take 3 to 6 months for full recovery. But I want to cut too. Should I maintain? Or can I cut?
Do whatever you want. If you want to go on a diet, go on a diet. I don't know exactly what's causing your shoulder issues. Doctors have no fucking clue what they're talking about when it comes to sports rehabilitation, so I wouldn't necessarily listen to a stupid ass doctor. A lot of people have shoulder pain issues just because of weak external rotation, so if you do some external rotation exercises, that might fix it, like, almost immediately. But I don't know exactly what your shoulder issues are. But if you want to diet, diet. It's not like, don't overthink things. If you want to take the opportunity to just focus on getting leaner, then, do it. Thanks for the donation, though, Nick from GTA.
Just saw your old pod with Alex Leonidas. The section on beds was interesting given you eventually hopped on. I wonder what Alex and the other noble natties think of you juicing. They have an irrational emotional/moral attachment with being natty.
I don't really care what anybody thinks. I know natural hypertrophy is a fucking retard. He's a delusional, insane fuckwit. Not sure if Alex really cares. But I just do whatever the hell I want. Thanks for the donation, Enhanced Atrophy. Yes, I'm staying on gear permanently. If I went on, why would I come off? Just fucking stupid. The amount of people are like, when are you going to come off steroids? Why would I come off? I went on. Why would I stop? Just dumb. Yeah, I want to get weaker and smaller and have less energy. That makes sense. Steroids won't make up for a vegan diet. Yeah, okay, well, that's great, Pencil Neck. I'm glad you're in the fucking chat to inform everybody of how bad the vegan diet is and how everyone's gonna have health issues and get weak and small. I've been on a vegan diet for 15 fucking years. I was bigger and stronger than you before I went on steroids. And now that I'm on steroids, that gap is only fucking widening. So, yeah, look. 15 years of veganism right here. Fucking terrible. Thanks for sharing your advice. Fucking Pencil Neck. No, I don't run. Running's fucking boring. It's also not great for my knees. But yeah, I rollerblade and I do cycling. Why in the fuck isn't it letting me sign into Streamlabs on my fucking phone? Oh, there we go. Just so I don't have to run to the desktop each time.
Will you be on blasting and crushing forever? Also, will you try and get a pro bodybuilding card? How does it feel to be on gear? What has changed?
I don't know when I ever said that I'm blasting and cruising. And yeah, no shit, I'm gonna stay on steroids. Why would I come off? And yeah, my current goal right now is to be big enough to compete in classic physique and get an IFBB pro card. Thanks for the donation, though, Jamaican Canadian. Ugh. Steroids affect lifespan. Bigger you are, the more your heart pumps. You're basically wearing your heart. It's working more. Okay, well, why don't you starve yourself, castrate yourself, because having testicles produces testosterone and it's going to make you larger. So castrate yourself, cut your balls off, barely eat anything. Why don't you just go on a Holocaust starvation diet? That'll make you live forever, right? You're a fucking idiot. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. So if you want to live life like a little beta male fucking skinny pencil neck who barely eats, doesn't lift any weights, go right fucking for it. I don't give a shit. Yeah, I'm sure being fucking tiny and weak and small will help you live forever, dipshit. Those are the same people that when they get a fucking infection in their lungs, they fucking die from pneumonia because they're so fucking weak and small. Or if they fall down a set of stairs, they just break their whole fucking body.
I didn't know you had beef with NH. What's the law? I don't remember him ever making a video on you. I do agree with you that his opinions on steroids are god-awful. Pets are just a tool to achieve a certain look. Nothing bad or immoral about it.
NH mentioned me, I think, in passing. He didn't make a video on me specifically, but I think he either mentioned me on a live stream or mentioned me in passing. He said I'm a weak bitch. I was literally lifting more than him when he said that, and I was natural. And yeah, I don't like most of his content that he puts out online. He's a toxic retard who's like everything wrong with the fitness industry. He promotes completely unrealistic body image standards where he tells his audience that they can look like characters from Jujutsu Kaisen that are massive, muscular, jacked, and absolutely ripped and shredded. He looks nothing like that. No naturals are ever going to look like that. And then he talks about how immoral steroid users are, even though he promotes body image standards that require steroids. The guy's just a loser. Thanks for the donation, though, Enhanced Atrophy.
Don't worry, it's not a dumbass retard steroid question. Can you cover up your Pink Panther wall with some hot anime character posters? D.
I was thinking of getting some banners made with some anime murals, like Berserk. Thanks for the donation, though, Murph. Dodo donated $2. You have a stupid person to be in a cult, especially something like Scientology or any of those other cults that teach that you need to kill yourself to get saved by aliens or whatever. Seriously, how dumb are people? They full-fledged retards or what? I mean, considering how stupid religion is, they absolutely should be fucking taxed. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Can I maintain my shoulder mass by just doing shoulder presses? Shoulder pain is not really allowing me to do lateral raises, worried that I'll lose size if I can't do them during a cut. Sports doc told me not to cut right now and to wait until I'm better.
Doesn't really matter. I think the reason why a lot of people have shoulder pain with lateral raises, they just lift their arms up too high. So if you notice when you reach a certain point with your lateral raises, your shoulders start clicking and you get like a painful kind of popping, just don't lift that high. Most of the hypertrophy is gonna like happen below parallel. So if you're doing lateral raises up to here, there's absolutely no point. Even with no weight, I can feel a bit of like popping in my shoulder. So I only bring them up to here where I don't get any discomfort. You can also try using machines and just working in that like small range of motion. That's where like pretty much all the hypertrophy happens anyway, that little range of motion. And yeah, you'll probably maintain most of your shoulder size just from doing overhead press variations. But it's up to you whether or not you want to diet. You can try to see if you can leverage peptides to help with healing. I had a really nagging shoulder problem that was going on for months. And even taking over a month off of training, it got a little better, but it didn't fix it. So I tried TB 500. In about 2 weeks, my shoulder was pretty much back to normal. So you might want to consider doing that. Thanks for the donation, Nick from GTA. Jalen Donatellers, there's a YouTuber called I'm Demon Wolf. He is a vegan who wants to debate Israel topics. He also has Discord. He has a wolf pick for a profile. Really not interested in debating the Israel-Palestine thing. All the people who are pro-Palestine are just retarded Nazis. Don't give two fucking shits. They're all liars. Thanks for the donation, Jalen. Dodo Donatillers, who is NH? Also, you streaming later, right? I have links. Yeah, after we're done the workout, gonna react to stuff. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. And NH is natural hypertrophy.
What meal preps do you recommend for other vegans just getting into weight training? PS, you are looking absolutely mean like Thor. Are you competing again?
The plan is to eventually do bodybuilding again and try to get an IFBB Pro card. Just basic foods like tofu, sweet potatoes, broccoli. You can add like rice, seitan, chickpeas, black beans, some fruits, blueberries, cherries, raspberries, oranges. But those are all good vegan bodybuilding foods, and you can add protein powder. That's basically all I eat. And I also eat a lot of broccoli and Brussels sprouts. Thanks for the donation, though, dude. Oh.
Long-time viewer coming back. When did you start Roids? Did you make a video about it? Sorry if you already answered. Still in Canada? Still vegan?
I started August 1st, and yeah, what the fuck is my channel called, idiot? Thanks for the donation.
VG reminding me of Big Lenny calling his haters pencil neck weaklings lol. Now you have to take a taser on stream without falling down.
Yeah. Yeah, I gotta do that. Thanks for the donation, nigga. Gotta have sex with some black trannies, too.
Make sure to have the chat on live chat instead of top chat, otherwise it doesn't show all the messages.
Yeah, I have it on live chat. Thanks for the donation, G.
Do you believe the soul becomes everything after death? I remember you said you had a near-death experience. Also great BBC genetics, you will go far in bodybuilding, you should become a steroid cycle coach.
I don't know enough about PEDs to coach people on how to take them. Like, I can give people advice on testosterone, but I don't really have enough knowledge. I'd have to do it for a much longer time and learn more to, like, actually coach people. And there's no such thing as a soul. Thanks for the donation you get me. Dodo Donatellers, 1 for 1 would like to see you debate that person because I love to see you debate and clown on pro-Palestine retards. It is good, entertaining content, and even though you may not convince that person, you'll sway people who watch who are unsure, so should do the debate. No. It's not worth it. Completely not worth it at this point. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Long time viewer coming back here.
Yeah, you already sent me that. Thanks for the donation again, dude. So again, I started taking steroids August 1st.
Will you ever bulk up to the point of being pretty fat like you did last? I can see you're being a rock in the water, not letting people or anything annoy you. Because emotions come from within you. Nobody can make you angry, sad, annoyed, only you can. That's why you're following your own advice so well. Oh wait. Retard.
That's great. Thanks for the donation, CDG. Yeah, I'm taking 1 milligram of retatrutide per week. I split it up into half-milligram doses.
Remember when you were
Effective or what? Oh, the Retta? For me, it is an extremely potent appetite suppressant, like way too potent. The reason why I started taking it was for glucose control. I have a huge propensity to go hypoglycemic. And because it's a triple agonist, you know, it acts on glucagon. It prevents you from having too low blood sugar, and it also stops you from having too high blood sugar. So, especially when I'm dieting, it just makes it so I don't have those weird blood glucose drops where I end up like feeling cold, shaky, have trouble thinking, get dizzy. No, I don't take blood pressure meds. My blood pressure is naturally extremely low. Usually when I test my blood pressure, it's it's in the 90/50 range, and it never goes above like 110/60. So I'm not on blood pressure meds right now. If I were to take them, I'd end up fainting constantly.
Maybe you should put in your channel description that you started steroids on August 1st just as general information, but also less people asking again and again when you started in donos.
I'm just gonna make a video about it. Thanks for the donation, 5. 218 Johnny Tiller's agreed. He promotes unrealistic body standards while passing it off as motivation. He loves using top 1% genetic elite natties as an example of why it's possible to look like these anime characters. It's cope to make himself think he can look like that too. He doesn't train particularly well. Like, I've seen his workouts. Farted again. I've seen his workouts. He doesn't train that well, that hard. I also don't think he's particularly genetically gifted. He's kind of just a smaller guy. I think he's like what, 5'10", 5'11". And you know, the Pandora's box has been opened. You really don't know who's natty, who's not. You know, there's like that Julian kid where I do think he probably is natural. He has like, he definitely is genetically gifted, even if he was on steroids. Most people would not be able to look like that on steroids. Ugh. But I mean, natural hypertrophy goes to another level where rather than just talking about naturals with elite genetics, he references anime characters. It's like they're not even real human beings, so he's just an idiot. Thanks for the donation, though, Enhanced Atrophy. Thanks for the gifted membership, Ball Juice of Zeus. What do I do for cardio? I do mostly inline skating and cycling, and in the winter when I can't do that, I have a cardio machine. It's a Bowflex elliptical, and it's kind of like a Stairmaster. It's kind of a combo between an elliptical and a Stairmaster. Oh. What do you think about Retta at 18? If you're overweight and you can't adhere to a diet, then you're an adult at 18. You can decide whether or not you want to try GLP-1 agonist medications. Retta has other benefits too. It improves insulin sensitivity. It helps burn fat in your liver.
A gorgeous lady of the night on Hastings, Vancouver said to me, "Give me your money," with a smile, and gave me the elevator eyes. Best pickup line ever. 1816. And 3450.
We're not reacting to stuff right now. You can send me that later after the workout, but I can't react to stuff right now. Thanks for the donation though, SV. Would you be able to run for 10 minutes or would that destroy your knees? I probably could do it, but running has been hard on my knees. I just do inline skating. It is easier on your joints and stuff. Kind of depends on how hard I'd be running, but running's just fucking boring. I never liked doing running for cardio. When I was a kid, like, I played hockey, so I did running when I did training for hockey, but I did a lot of rollerblading. Ugh. Shots fired. And have you seen the comments on his You Need Higher Standards video? Over half of his viewers rightfully called him out. He also lost a lot of goodwill in the community since starting up Hustlers University 2.0, aka School of Strategy. I saw that video. Isn't that where he talked about, like, the Jujutsu Kaisen character? Like, here's the thing. Steroids are by far the most glamorized drug of all time. And it's because they're great. All the big Hollywood celebrities take steroids. You know, like The Rock. He's probably the biggest juicer of all time in Hollywood. Chris Hemsworth, who played Thor. Who was that fucking twink who was in High School Musical but ended up getting jacked, and he was in Baywatch? And he got that facial surgery to make him look like handsome Squidward. All of them are on steroids. All the biggest Hollywood celebrities, every single fucking big name athlete, every football player, like, it's literally every sport. Even Lance Armstrong. So you're talking about skinny ass dude. Yeah, Zac Efron. Even like skinny ass marathon runners, cyclists, they're on steroids too because they help increase blood volume and give you way more endurance. All the most famous, beloved, successful, rich, wealthy people are all on steroids. They all look great. They all feel great. They all make tons of money. They're all famous. Everybody knows they work. Um, and the only reason people don't take them is because they're either too pussy to use needles, or they're afraid of some of the social stigma that comes along with them. So there's been a lot of government pushback with steroids, and that's really just because the US government wanted to be able to ban certain athletes from the Olympics so that the US would have a better chance of winning gold medals. So you have a lot of anti-drug hysteria because of that. And and it creates dumb sheep like natural hypertrophy who can't think for themselves, and then they adopt this like stupid fucking mindset around steroids where it's like somehow immoral or something.
If you had to pick just one workout tool, would gymnastic rings be it?
No, it'd be a barbell. Thanks for the donation. Literally Assad. You donate $2. Do a skate or a rollerblade stream, please. Maybe at some point. Thanks for the donation, you.
Zac Efron.
Yeah, Zac Efron. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
What is your current steroid cycle? Looking good, bro.
I'm not on a cycle. I just take steroids. And I'm taking 30 milligrams testosterone cypionate and 5 IU's growth hormone per day. Thanks for the donation, though, Mateus. Dodo donated $2. Why is everyone saying Charlie Kirk was respectful? Because he amplified voices of those he disagreed with and get them a platform to debate him and voice their opinion when we all know 95% of his content was deceptively edited to short clips. Well, he also just chose to debate idiots. Just random dumb college kids who don't know fuck all. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. No, I'm not on any hair loss drugs. I'm not a fucking retard. Most dudes are way, way too insecure about losing their hair. The reality is, if you take finasteride or not, or any of these other things, you're gonna go bald anyway. You can only delay the inevitable, so if you have the genes for hair loss, just fucking live with it. They also come with side effects. They can fuck up your libido, mood. They can trigger gynecomastia, depression. I know some people say they don't, but I've looked into it. I think it's pretty clear they do. It might be a little uncommon, but why risk it just to save some hair on your head? Oral minoxidil will destroy about 90% of your DHT, and you're going to have impotence. So, and that can be permanent, even if your DHT levels go to normal. So I don't know why I'd want to have my dick not work just so I can save some hair on my head. I don't even usually have much hair anyway.
How do you feel when you compare your physical or mental state before and after using steroids?
I am better in every way. Bigger, stronger, faster, better mood, more energy, more positive, things bother me less, I'm more focused. Literally everything's better. Thanks for the donation though, Awkward.
The steroids have any effect on brain cognitivity in a good or bad way? Or not at all?
It entirely depends on the compounds you're running. Thanks for the... and the doses too. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous.
It's just a shame he died before he debated me. I would have so owned him when it came to the COVID vaccine.
Yeah. At least a couple vegans got to debate him. Congratulations, you're banned. At least a couple vegans got to debate him and make him look like idiots before he died. What does 30 milligrams test put your daily free and total T levels at? I only got my total levels checked. Next time I get blood work, I'm going to check my free testosterone and sex hormone binding globulin. But before I went on test, my total test was 540 nanograms per deciliter. After 45 days of taking 30 milligrams testcypionate every day, my total test was 2,220. So that's a 4.1 times increase in my total test levels. I did get my IGF-1 levels checked. Before I went on, they were at 192. It's kind of an expensive test. It's like $100 and it's not covered by OHIP. So I didn't bother getting them tested. Because like $100, that's a 2-month supply of testosterone for me. So it's like, eh. And they can only test systemic IGF-1, not IGF-1 in the muscle. Maybe just out of curiosity, I'll get the test done. But it doesn't seem to matter. Chase Irons was running 18 IUs of Serostim, which is, considered the highest quality pharmaceutical grade growth hormone that they use for AIDS patients. And 18 IUs is a massive, massive dose. His systemic IGF-1 levels never got above 220. And he grew like fucking crazy out of that. So it doesn't really, the IGF-1 test doesn't seem to really, it just seems like a pointless test that just costs money. Yeah, Canada is definitely a better country for steroids because they're legal here, for one thing. And I think there's some better quality underground labs. Yeah, AIDS patients are given human growth hormone at 18 IUs per day to prevent muscle wasting. Did you react to clavicular rant? What did clavicular rant about? I saw him on Nick Fuentes' channel. Thanks for the membership, FB. Oof. Greetings from Mississauga. I like Mississauga. I've been there a fair bit. Greetings from London, Ontario. London, Ontario sucks. There's like one nice area in London, the rest is just some like urban sprawl shithole.
Have you thought of going pro? Your genetics are insane.
Well, that's a plan. I do want to train to get an IFBB Pro card. So, if I can get big enough to be competitive in classic physique, the plan is to actually try to get my IFBB Pro card. Give Sam Sulik a run for his money. Come to New Delhi. You have a lot of fans here. I really don't want to go to India, dude. Like, no offense, but yikes. The air quality, like, it is just fucking dirty. I don't really trust the food quality there. I've known a few people who traveled there and they didn't even eat street food and they got salmonella. Do you think there's anything wrong with roiding up cows now that you're on roids yourself? Yeah, they can't consent. Does anyone else get collarbone pain while doing dips? Usually people get pain in their sternum, not their collarbone. You might have pressure on your sternum, but you only feel it in your collarbone. If that's the case, I wouldn't do weighted dips. I don't do weighted dips because of the sternum pain. It's probably not good to do them if you're feeling that. I'm just gonna do one more set with body weight. Any facial changes with steroids? Well, steroids will cause hypertrophy of any muscle. Some people, especially on heavy doses, their jaw muscles get bigger, so it can make you have a more square, wide face. I'm on pretty low doses right now, and I've only been on for like 45 days. Or no, I guess it's like 50 days now. Yes, I've noticed muscle size increase, obviously. Like, what do you think steroids do? Like, you can see me on fucking camera right now, dude.
And let's not forget it's also filled with polio.
Yeah, if I were to go to India, I'd make sure I get the polio vaccine. That would actually freak me the fuck out. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Huge news for the unemployed. Genetic Beast made another hour response to your last reaction of him. Get it?
Dude, that guy has fucking problems. Like, Jesus Christ. I don't think I'm gonna react. Thanks for the donation, nigga. How has the vegan community responded to you being on roids? I don't think anybody really cares. There's a lot of carnitards who are like, oh, he's always been on roids. But I've seen a few just dumb, judgmental dipshits. Oh, that's disappointing. You know, pencil neck retards who don't even lift. Okay. Fuck. Now we'll do some straight arm pull downs. What part of Ontario are you from? I'm from Scarborough originally. That's where I grew up. All right, I think that'll be good. Ugh.
Oh my god, Genetic Beast just uploaded a video reacting to this very stream. Jesus.
That's not particularly worrying to me. I guess he can have fun with his unemployed behavior. Thanks for the donation, nigga. Oh. Have you gone to one of your neighbors' parties? I don't know of any neighbors of mine that have parties. Um, Natty Cope Destroyer donated $3. It's funny how the Natty community freak out over injecting peptides like BPC-157 or GLP-1 agonists. These peptides aren't hormonal at all and would help any natural, but since it's banned by WADA, they act like it. Because it's technically not natty effing hilarious. I'm pretty sure marijuana is banned by WADA. There's also over-the-counter anti-inflammatories. Like I don't even know if you can take Tylenol or Advil or ibuprofen. Cocaine, meth, like even taking too much caffeine is a WADA violation. So it's fucking stupid. The whole natty or not thing is just fucking cringe. Like, who fucking cares? Thanks for the donation, dude.
How could Frank not get his money back from the Wagyu seller? If I ordered a 20k product, and they fucked up the shipping custom forms, I'd make sure to get refunded, and then call my credit card company if the company refused to reimburse me.
Well, I think it was the shipper that was the problem. It wouldn't be the person you ordered from, it would be the shipper's responsibility. Um, and yeah, like with Frank, he lies constantly, so I wouldn't trust anything he has to say on that issue, just because he's such a liar. He just bullshits all the fucking time, so it's hard to believe that, you know, he could order $20,000 worth of product and then not get reimbursed in any way if they destroyed the stuff he ordered. So I think he's just full of shit. Thanks for the donation, though, dude. Farted again. Do you follow Coop from Garage Gym Reviews? Yeah. I watch his reviews all the time. They're good. Oh. 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 No, I'm not particularly interested in competing in powerlifting. Strongman looks like a lot of fun. Um, Like, again, if I could become strong enough to compete in strongman, I'd do it. Powerlifting, just the type of training you have to do, it's not that fun. And if I have to kind of worry about that sort of injury risk, I'd rather do something that just seems more fun and enjoyable, like strongman. Strongman focuses a lot on overhead pressing too, and I just find overhead pressing more fun. And it's less risky too. Overhead pressing is relatively safe compared to benching. I've seen some people tear their triceps, but I'd rather tear tricep than a pec, personally. I flew out of a pull-down machine, it hoisted me. I've had that happen before too. The pin broke on the thing that held my legs down. What steroids do you think Hathor's on? Most dudes, like, you have to run testosterone, so he's obviously on testosterone. Most dudes run test and a combination or either Masteron, Primo, or Boldenone. I would imagine he's probably more likely on Boldenone. And he might also be taking some Masteron for the DHT benefits, like with strength, maybe. He might not. Masteron can dehydrate you. And he's very likely taking orals close to competition or injectable orals like Anadrol. That would be my guess, and definitely growth hormone. He's probably on a lot of growth hormone. Wouldn't surprise me if it's like 10 IUs plus per day.
Seems like you managed to influence Genetic Beast, cause he uploaded a short a few days ago showing himself in the gym.
That's funny. I'm guessing he either doesn't look that great or it's an older video. Isn't standing barbell shoulder press worse than seated since it's less stable? I don't think it really makes much of a difference, because once you get good at the movement, you can use a lot of weight. There's also some benefits to doing it standing, where you have a bit more shoulder mobility, and it can be safer for your shoulders. All right, one more set. Then we'll start doing some rows. Yes, I train calves. They don't just grow instantly overnight. Hathor used to be a tall, skinny basketball player living in the next city next to me when I was growing up. Yeah, it's kind of funny seeing some of these people transform after they start lifting and taking gear. Oh, here's your troublesome kitty. Oh, look, guys. I got a cat. Here's the cat. Hey. I just trimmed his nails today. Look at this big cat. Dude, he is so huge. Mwah. Love you, Gum Gum. Don't be a little shit. Alright, last set. Favorite natties on YouTube, followed by the least. Natty channels I watch the most would have to be Jeffrey Verity Schofield, Alpha Destiny, and Jeff Nippard. Pretty much every other fitness channel kind of sucks. Pretty much. The fitness industry's gotten a lot better. You don't see, like, complete unhinged retarded nonsense like you did before. Like with Mike Chang's towel workouts, but most content is pretty garbage. Like, especially now that everyone is trying to make money as an influencer, like, you know, Will Tennyson, Jesse James West. They don't even make fitness content. It's just Mr. Beast horse shit. Oh. Oh. Does the Bible say we're meant to be vegan? Not explicitly. It's all up to interpretation. The Bible contradicts itself constantly, but according to the creation myth, God's plan was for us to live in a garden. What kind of foods do you eat in a garden? Gummy, no. Okay, I'm gonna have to put him upstairs. No. Come here. You're gonna be troublesome. I can see on your face. Alright. Everybody say goodbye to Gum Gum. I'm gonna have to lock him upstairs. He's gonna do something bad and silly, like plug out my wires. Alright, come on, you little silly bastard. Yeah, I'm gonna have to lock you upstairs. You're a naughty kitty. Yeah, he's in cat jail now. Let's see, put this at the widest. We'll probably put it there-ish. Yeah, I have a seitan recipe on my channel. I've made my own seitan. If you just search seitan recipe, you'll see the video I made making seitan. Do you believe a genetic limit exists? Yeah, obviously. Why do you think he's not any bigger? So NH has not been able to make any progress in about like 3 years. So I guess he either there is a genetic limit, or he trains like shit, eats like shit, or he's just fucking lazy and doesn't really work out or do anything. That would be the only alternative explanation. So yeah, there's a genetic limit to how big you can get. You ever seen anybody grow infinitely? Why aren't there any 800-pound bodybuilders who are like 3% body fat? So again, NH is just stupid. He says like some of the most dumb, unhinged, retard fuckwit things that are obviously not true, but he says them anyway. Because the guy's a dishonest, lying ideologue. I can't stand NH. And pretty typical. One of the biggest assholes on YouTube is French. Go figure. Well, it's fucking true. A lot of French people are just dickheads. Not every powerlifting record has been held by fat dudes. Who was the guy before Julius Maddox who had the bench press world record? He wasn't like super bodybuilding lean, but he was fairly lean. I wouldn't call him fat. That guy was built like an absolute fucking rhinoceros. Yeah, it was like Alexander Sarchev or something. It's like some Russian guy. Is Mike Isertel still a good fitness creator to you? No, he uploads garbage brain rot content. Natty Cope Destroyer donated $3. No, you said you don't like hair loss drugs, but they're not as bad as they say. Hair Cafe in the chat has the best YouTube channel on the chat topic by far. I've seen his videos on finasteride, and I've done my own research on it. A lot of people don't have side effects from hair loss medication. Most don't, and they'll feel fine. There's enough. I don't know what the exact percentage is, and like maybe it's very, very few, like, you know, less than 1% that end up getting a really bad reaction. But it does seem to cause problems in some people. And again, for me personally, I'm not the most risk-adverse person, but why would I bother taking a drug that has this additional expense attached to it, and additional risk, just so that I could maybe save my hair. Um, I'm not totally opposed to taking finasteride, but I wouldn't take it for hair loss benefits. If it's something that's kind of necessary for prostate health going forward, maybe, but I've honestly never fucking seen anybody who's had prostate issues related to steroid use. You can end up having increases in PSA, prostate specific androgen, but prostate specific antigen doesn't mean shit. Completely useless biomarker. Thanks for the donation, though, Natty Cope Destroyer. Are you stronger than Jeff Nippard? Yes. He'd still be able to squat more than me, but upper body lifts, yeah, much stronger. Hasn't his best bench? I can't remember. He never benched over 400. I think he was a fair bit under 400. I'm too young to worry about prostate issues for a while, most likely. Well, yeah. I'm not even gonna bother getting like my PSA tested or anything. It's just pointless. Oh. Oh shit. This is one of the worst exercises to make me faint. This and overhead press are the two worst. Oh. I think people who take oral minoxidil run into way more fucking problems, though. Finasteride, I don't think it's too big of a deal, but oral minoxidil, I think is a terrible idea. Oh. Oh. Yeah, I was considering the hair loss thing before I hopped on steroids, and I gave the whole topic a lot of thought, and I just came to the conclusion that, like, why would I give a fuck? I used to shave my head completely down when I did swimming. It's not like girls gave me any less attention. I keep my hair short anyway. And it's not like I have beautiful blonde locks where girls are like, oh my god, your hair's so beautiful. So it's like, all it is hair on my head. It doesn't really make a difference for my appearance specifically. And there's plenty of bald dudes getting pussy. You know, nobody makes fun of The Rock for being bald. Even like pieces of shit like Andrew Tate. He's not the best looking dude in the world either. Kind of has a weak little child chin. And he's a horrible person. Like, everybody knows he abuses women. And he still gets girls. And he's bald as fuck. So it's like, what do I care? Why would I spend like an extra $100 on a drug that could potentially give me side effects, even though the risk is low, when I could just spend that money on more steroids or more growth hormone? Enhanced atrophy, donate $3. What are your top risk management strategies while being on gear, ancillary drugs, health supplements, etc.? Also, where you go to injection sites, you rotate to avoid scar tissue. I am sub Q. Also, sling pin or regular needle. I'm not running any ancillary medications right now. My cholesterol's pretty low. It got down to 61 milligrams per deciliter. My blood pressure is very low, and it's very low naturally. I'm actually hoping for it to increase a bit now that I'm on steroids because I have a huge issue with fainting all the time. Even now that I'm on steroids, my systolic is usually like 90 in the 90s, and diastolic is usually in the 50s, which is very low. That's low enough where I end up fainting a lot. So I'm not on any blood pressure meds right now, like telmisartan, because if I were to go on those, I'd just be passing out constantly. I am going to get my SHBG tested next time I get blood work. So if that, and I'm probably going to get my thyroid hormones tested too. If those are low, I'll probably go on T3 and or T4. And I've just been injecting into my shoulders. I just rotate the spots, front, middle. I don't think I can quite reach around to the rear delt, but like closer to the rear. And I just rotate each delt, and I use a 30 gauge 1-inch needle. It's really thin, don't have any post-injection pain.
One thing I have learned over the years is to never trust Richie. He'll say one thing like who cares if I go bald, anti-hair loss drugs don't work. And then in a few months he'll be on hair loss drugs and try to prevent balding. Like with everything.
Yeah, I don't think I have a history of doing stuff like that. Thanks for the donation though, dude. You look dehydrated. I literally drank 4 liters of water with electrolytes before I started the stream, and my pre-workout meal was blueberries, 2 oranges, and a lemon mixed in a smoothie. So I think I'm pretty well hydrated at this point. Oh. Oh, jeez. Oh. Yeah, but when I up the doses of gear, there's a good likelihood that I'll have to go on ancillary medications. Like, I'm sure at some point I might have to go on blood pressure meds. I might have to take, like, rosuvastatin or something. So, we'll see. Like, I'll just add things in as needed. I have been taking 1 milligram Retta. That's not even really anything to do with the steroids. It's just for the benefit of preventing hypoglycemia, because I've always had issues with hypoglycemia. Vegangains arms are bigger than my quads, and I can squat 405. Well, thank you. My quads are getting better, for sure. They're getting bigger. Like, they're not great, but they're getting better. I've been able to train them more frequently, less pain. And I am working on my calves. I think on camera they look worse than, like, in person. Because when I look at my calves, like, they don't look fucking pencil-y. But I am training calves every other day now. I am really trying to grow them. Minoxidil is a non-specific hair growth agonist, so it works wherever it is applied. I would saturate a Q-tip with it and apply it anyway, or apply it away. Ugh. Okay, we're gonna start the first working set. Yeah, I tried BPC 157. I just finished a course of it. I was injecting 500 milligrams into each of my knees for 2 weeks. Above the patellar, like it's right around the patellar tendon at the top of the knee. And I was splitting that up into 250 milligram doses per day. That helped a lot. Oh, oh, I really have to fight fainting when I do that. Oh, shit.
Are you doing a regular stream later? I have some Joey.
Yes, we're going to be doing a regular stream later after the workout. I'm just going to shower real quick, and if Gig's around, I'll make him mod. Are machines better for training hamstrings because you can target them better? The only thing free weights can't do is they don't target a particular part of the hamstring well. So machines aren't necessarily better. They're just kind of needed to effectively target a certain part of the hamstring. I definitely recommend using machines for hamstring work for that reason alone, but in order to train your hamstrings with free weights, like you have to do shit like stiff leg deadlifts, which are kind of a lot more taxing. So just having a machine to isolate is pretty useful. I've got a hamstring leg extension machine.
I work hard at my job that I hate and give you money so you don't have to do the same. Here you go buddy, big kiss moi.
Well, I very much appreciate that. Thanks for the donation, just some asshole. A lot of the song, a lot of the automatic, like auto-generated song things on YouTube are terrible. Which electrolytes are you taking? I'm taking the Gatorade powder electrolyte things. And I just add 1 packet to 2 liters of water. You may want to try one with a higher concentration of electrolytes. Yeah, I've tried Pedialyte. Those are more expensive. And I'm not so sure if I need that much sodium. The Pedialyte ones go up to 600 milligrams. That just seems like a lot. No, I don't think a civil war is going to happen in the US. No, soda doesn't increase the risk of kidney stones. If you drink a gargantuan amount of sugar, like sugar sweetened soda, then it can trigger kidney stones. But if you're not a retard and you're just drinking like maybe a few cans of diet soda a day, it's not going to increase risk. There's no such thing as DHT derived compounds. There's 5-alpha reduced steroids. So like Anavar is considered a DHT derivative. It's not a DHT derivative. It's a 5-alpha reduced compound. And yeah, it can bind to the same receptor sites as DHT, but they tend to have less binding affinity. Gatorade Zero, that's actually really low. Throwing 4 sachet into 2 liter because it's too diluted. Plenty of smaller athletes use 1,000 milligrams for 1 liter of water. All right, I might try that. Yeah, I'm pretty much going to failure. How much test are you on? I'm on 30 milligrams test sip per day. So that translates to 210 milligrams per week. Body weight, I weighed in at 211 pounds this morning. So I am up by 11 pounds since August 1st, which is when I hopped on. Five grams of creatine isn't really doing anything for me anymore. Is a good idea to take 10. Try taking 20. I'm on 20 milligrams a day, or sorry, 20 grams per day now. No, Sustanon's fucking stupid. I'm on test sip. Sustanon is a combination of like prop and enthate, sip, and I think like undesolinate or something. Sustanon's stupid. I've seen people get the worst side effects from Sustanon. It's made for fucktards who only inject like once per week. Yeah, people tend to get like really bad acne from Sustanon. I'm taking Trace Zero Light. Try it, and your blood pressure should be way better overall. My blood pressure's super low, dude. Ugh. Oh. Oh. Fuck. Ugh. Does creatine cause water retention? It's supposed to cause intramuscular water retention, which is a good thing. You want your muscle cells to be saturated with as much water as possible. Part of how your muscles produce force is through that water retention. It also prevents musculoskeletal tears. So the more hydrated your muscles are, the stronger and more powerful you'll be, and the lower your risk of injury. Better as in it will be higher and not as low as it is. Oh, I see what you mean. Ugh. Yeah, I'll try taking a higher, like, sodium electrolyte supplement. Ugh. I think I am pretty well hydrated. Every time since I've only gotten 2 sets of blood work done, but my hematocrit is all in range, and that tends to be a good sign that you're well hydrated. Because dehydration can artificially raise your hematocrit. Ugh. I think I have to take a fucking piss. I think I'm looking pretty good. Yeah, they should make me a DLC character in Mortal Kombat. I wish I could be in a video game one day. That'd be so cool. I'd like to play RoboCop. That's a character I'd really love to play. I'm gonna take a piss real quick. I definitely have to piss. I'll be right back. All right. I am back. Oh my god. Yeah, Godus is a huge weakling. The only reason he stopped lifting weights was because he was getting made fun of because he was weaker than a lot of vegans. So, like, after saying vegans can't get enough protein and they're weak and all that shit, doesn't really make sense for him to lift and then be weaker than all the vegan fitness YouTubers. So then he ended up making this big cope that exercise is bad for you. Yeah, unfortunately, there's a lot of fucking loser black pill dumb fucks who are watching Godus. I think he's kind of blowing up on TikTok. Every so often, I see some of his brain dead retard followers coming onto my channel. And they're all, like, again, weak fucking losers. Let's see. Hair loss Witcher donated $3. Thoughts on looks maxers like clavicular telling dudes they need to get cosmetic surgery and hop on steroids to get laid. Clavicular is a gay retarded weakling. If you're obsessing that much over your looks, like you're actually a fucking insecure beta male bitch. I think most men would benefit from being on testosterone. Like, if your testosterone levels are around 5, 6, 700, you should probably at least double the levels. He doesn't eat that well. He also drinks. I would say he probably has an alcohol problem. Like, he's an alcoholic. I've seen him talk about drinking. He definitely has an issue with alcohol. For a guy who says he's so obsessed with how he looks, I don't know why the fuck he's drinking at all. I think he's just an insecure, weirdo idiot who has no discipline and self control. And he's just a very immature child. Most people are not going to benefit from plastic surgery. Generally speaking, if you're decent looking, like you don't have any deformity, like your nose isn't fucked up or some shit, all plastic surgery is going to do is make you look like you had plastic surgery. It's probably not going to make you look any better. And we can see what happens with his jaw surgery, but he's probably just going to look like handsome Squidward or something. So it's probably not going to help him. And he's not the type of person, like, he just doesn't have the discipline or the knowledge or know-how to use any of the drugs he's taking. So I think he's just an idiot. And anybody who's turning to him for advice on anything is fucking stupid. I remember years ago, he was on like a nandrolone-only cycle. Like, you have to be out of your mind fucking stupid to do steroids where the only thing you're running is nandrolone. I think nandrolone's a drug for idiots to begin with. There's not really any point of taking it. But I do agree most men probably should be on testosterone. But he's just an insecure, immature child who just has no discipline and no knowledge. But looks maxers are fucking cringe. Like, it's fine to be into fashion, you know, to be more presentable, look better, and all that. It's fine to want to work out, get in shape, and maybe use performance enhancing drugs if that's what you're into, like I do that. But, I think it's super fucking cringe when people are sold this idea that the only way you can get laid is if you looks max and take steroids and get surgery. Like, you're just an insecure fucking retard. And like, if you give girls that energy, they're gonna get the ick. They're just gonna notice you're like this insecure beta male pussy. The dudes who are into that sort of shit, I don't even think they're very sexually motivated. Like, it's not about getting laid and just getting pussy. It's about getting like some kind of external validation that they're kind of missing. Because you can get laid and not look that great. So I think they're kind of using women and this looks maxing thing to just cope for some kind of insecurity they have. How long were you considering taking gear before you started? Seriously, for about a year. What's the youngest age you can go on testosterone? I have no idea. Like, they're medications, so I would assume around puberty. I don't know if there's any medical application for testosterone for people under the age of puberty, but if your gonads haven't, like, if you have some sort of problem with your testes, I would imagine um probably around like the age of 12, maybe, if you have like a very specific hypogonadal problem where you like can't go through puberty otherwise. But yeah, other than that, if you want to use testosterone for performance enhancement, I'd say you probably want to wait until your mid-20s. Unless you have hypogonadism. I'm on 250 test sip weekly, was previously around 340, 450 nanograms per deciliter. Yeah, that's pretty low. Yeah, I was at 540. I didn't have any symptoms of hypogonadism, but the difference between having 540 test and 2220 is fucking massive. All right, that's a PR. Those 8 reps. What is that? 455, 475, 480. I'm trying to get traps like Kazuya from Tekken 8. My traps are coming in pretty good. They're a lot fucking bigger than they were. But I want to have like massive fucking gigantic traps like Kazuya. I want to get them up to my ears.
My last testosterone level check was 677, and the normal range is 250 to 836. I have upcoming labs coming up.
The normal range is not 250 to 836. That is the stupidest fucking horseshit. Men who have testosterone in the 200s, they're ill. Like, they're not normal. It's kind of like saying, oh, well, normal cholesterol is like up to 200 milligrams per deciliter. That's not normal, that's sick. That's a disease state. It's just that it's normal to be unhealthy. So the ideal range for testosterone should probably start at like 500 or more, if not higher. Most men report feeling the best between 1500 to 2000. So I think the Framingham study was one of the first to look at testosterone and health. They found that men in the lowest quartile of testosterone, around 250, had like 4 times the risk of dying compared to men in the highest quartile that were around 1,000. So 250 is not normal. If you're in the 200s, you need to go on testosterone replacement. Even 400, I'd say, is fucking low. Like again, my testosterone was 540, which is considered like right in the middle of the range. The I'm at I'm over 2000 now. I'm at 2220. Feel so much fucking better. I don't care if it's not natural to have testosterone that high. Why the fuck would I want normal testosterone? If I'm fitter, build more muscle, feel fucking better, have more energy, what exactly is the fucking problem? My cholesterol is lower. My HbA1c is lower. My blood pressure is low. So if I can have testosterone in the 2000s and every metric of my health is improved, why the fuck wouldn't I be in the 2000 range? Oh, it's because doctors are know-it-all fucking morons, and they're like, that's not normal. That's not the normal range. Don't you want to be normal? Don't you want to be like less healthy and less fit and have less muscle mass and less energy and feel less good and be more prone to depression? Like, the medical system is fucking stupid. Everyone's a fucking idiot. I'm interested in being the best I can fucking be, so don't listen to dumbass fucking doctors who are like, oh, your testosterone's too high. We gotta lower your fucking dose of testosterone. Why? You're better. It's a bad thing to be better? Like, so fuck doctors, dude. Don't listen to fucking doctors. They're idiots. Thanks for the donation, though, Alan. Oh, wait. Whoops. I skipped the alert by accident. Does a low-carb diet decrease endogenous testosterone? Yes. Pretty repeat... Give me a second.
Name one non-rich non-celebrity who's bald and looks good and gets pussy. You can't. You're like The Rock gets pussy, he's rich, and if he had hair he'd look better. Cope retarded ass nigga nay nay nigga nay nay nigga nay nay nigga.
That's great. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
Are we going to react to stuff soon?
I don't know if it's technically soon. We still got a fair bit of training to get through. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
How much weight is on the bar?
There is 480 pounds on the bar currently. Thanks for the donation, James. You seem to be in a really good mood. I like that. What workout do you think is mainly attributed to drill instructors getting such big tree trunk necks? I don't know if they train their neck at all. Some people are just prone to getting a big neck. They might do a lot of sit-ups, because you do have to support your head with sit-ups. So if they're doing a lot of sit-ups where they have to support their head and their head is bobbing up and down, that might be enough for them to get a thicker neck. I know some people, just from deadlifting, their neck grows. I think it really depends, but most people need to train their neck specifically to get a bigger neck. All right, let's do another set. Oh. I have to hold off fainting a little bit. when I do shrugs. It's not too bad though. Oh. Natty Cope Destroyer donated $3. This is why I hopped on as well. Even though I'm not hypogonadal, I had average high T levels. Still better for it to be chronically high. Why wouldn't I want to have optimized high T? Gives you insane physique, mental health benefits. Being natty sucks, yeah. Bro, the world is so backwards. It's like I said before. You can go to a liquor store, buy enough alcohol to fucking kill yourself. You can go to the grocery store. Most of the food there will make you fat and sick. Nobody cares. You don't need a doctor's permission to get fat, sick, and stupid. On all the fucking horrible drugs that you can buy over the counter, including alcohol, all the horrible food that exists out there. But if you want to be big and strong, have better mental health, more energy, and be more physically fit, well, I don't know about that. That's a bad idea. I can't prescribe you that because it's dangerous. Right. So society is just trying to set you up to fucking fail. And if you want to follow the rules of society, then be a fucking failure. Be fat, weak, and fucking sick, just like everybody fucking wants you to be. You know? Thanks for the donation, though, Natty Cope Destroyer. Yeah, neck harnesses are really good for neck training. I've got one. Neck training is totally safe as long as you're not an idiot. Neck training's fine. Yeah, I do train forearms directly. Ugh. Oh. Yeah, this is probably the least trolled live workout. Haven't had too much bullshit. Is Mike Tyson's neck training good? You cannot do Mike Tyson's neck training as a beginner. That is like super advanced. You will fuck yourself up if you do the like wrestler bridges that Mike did. You need to spend like at least a couple years with neck harness and the other neck exercises before you can even think of doing that. Is there any harm to one's own endocrine system with taking tea? You're going to cause shutdown of your natural production. And it could be permanent. But who fucking cares? That's why you just stay on testosterone. Growth hormone, you don't have to worry about that. For whatever reason, if you take growth hormone, it will cause shutdown while you're on it, but literally within 24 hours, your growth hormone levels return to normal. So if you're on growth hormone, you don't have to worry about permanent shutdown. It'll just come back on. Yeah, it'd be funny if I took enough testosterone to get over 9,000 testosterone. Then I could do the it's over 9,000 meme. I don't know if I'd ever have to take that much. Not sure how much test you'd really need to run to get to 9,000. That's not all that uncommon, by the way. There are a lot of pro bodybuilders who have over 9,000 test. I know Derek More Plates More Dates. He runs Merrick Health. He had a guy come in who tested over 17,000 test. How do you do vegan low carb? You eat vegan low carb foods. So tofu's pretty low carb. Vegetables are pretty low carb, and nuts and seeds are low carb. Ugh. Big ass traps, baby. Dude, it's gonna be so fucking sick when I'm like absolutely fucking roided out. IFBB pro bodybuilder level. I really want to get Kazuya Mishima jacked. Really looking forward to having like just massive traps like that. My test is at 769. Is that low? Feel fine for the most part. That's not low. Again, having test in the hundreds versus in the thousands, like especially like once you get to 2,000, you just feel like a different human being. Again, it might be a controversial take, but I think pretty much every fucking dude would benefit from just taking exogenous testosterone. It's just a different level. Totally different level of energy, level of gains, level of endurance, level of like just mental clarity. Yeah. I think that'll work. Yeah, pretty much every carnivore influencer has low test.
What is a good way for me to start using steroids? I am 33 years old and I want to put on muscle and maybe take peptides or testosterone. Any tips on getting started? Thanks.
I would watch Vigorous Steve's videos. Vigorous Steve and Dr. Todd Lee. They have some good videos on how to start. I would do a bunch of research before doing it first. Don't just watch, a couple videos on YouTube. Just start with those videos and go from there. Consider the risks and benefits and everything. But the way I would recommend starting is start with 20 milligrams testosterone cypionate per day. And if you can afford it, 2 IUs of human growth hormone per day. And just get your blood work and go from there. Get blood work before you start. And get blood work about a month or two later. See what your hormone values are like. But they have videos going over, doses, how to inject, what to look out for on blood work, how to properly read blood work and everything. But start with a low dose. The biggest mistake dudes make is they start with like 500 milligrams of test. That is way too fucking much. You need to start with a low dose, or else you're going to get really bad side effects. Androgen receptor sensitivity elevates over time, and you need to start with a lower dose so that the sensitivity increases, so that you're actually using the androgens for what they're supposed to do. Thanks for the donation, though, Sneed. If Jason Genova hit you up to work out at gym in your area, would you take him up on the offer? Yeah. That'd be minty. I'm sure I'd have a pretty terrible workout being around him, but it'd be worth the mints. Does the testosterone dose depend on weight or body composition? How do you calculate the dose? To some degree, it does. If you're a bigger, more muscular person, you can probably handle a higher dose. But if you're just talking about like TRT plus, where you want to be above the natural range but not super, super high, 20 milligrams for most people is totally fine. If you're overweight, you may aromatize at a higher rate, so you're going to have to, possibly go on a lower dose and lose the body weight first, or the body fat. Ugh. You're not exactly going to know what the best dose is for you. So it's always good to start at a low dose, see how you respond, how you feel, how much you're aromatizing, and go from there. Ugh. Ugh.
Hey Richard, what are your thoughts on Dr. Mike Israetel? What do you agree and disagree with? Also, if I wanted to maximize shoulder and arm growth, what would you recommend?
Mike Israetel's become a brain rot, dumb idiot kind of gen pop fitness content channel. He doesn't really provide any good advice anymore. Just provides some stupid takes. His older content was really good, but now it's just a lot of fucking weird brain rot nonsense, and he has like weird emotional issues. I think partly due to the steroids he was on, and probably I don't know what's going on in his personal life, but it just seems like the guy has fucking issues. Um, he's said that alcohol is perfectly safe to consume on a daily basis, which is completely untrue. Just look at the Surgeon General's warning. It's a known cancer-causing carcinogen, literally has no health benefits whatsoever at any dose. His volume recommendations for training currently are fucking stupid. Some of the advice he has for, like, exercise technique is just stupid. Some of his advice for exercise selection is stupid, especially for biceps and triceps training. I wouldn't really go for him for advice. I think Jeff Nippard's better. I think Jeffrey Verity Schofield is better. I think Alex from Alpha Destiny is better in terms of training. So I don't like the guy's content anymore. It's just a lot of stupid nonsense. He's also promoting that new drug that's being developed that's supposed to be a myostatin inhibitor, and it doesn't look like it's going to fucking do anything, and it might not even come to market. Like, just a lot of nonsense. As far as maximizing shoulder and arm growth, for shoulders, overhead pressing, lateral raise variations, especially incline lateral raises where you let your arm drop past your body. That's my absolute favorite exercise. If you watch my previous workout live stream, I did that. That blows up your fucking shoulders like crazy. And just make sure you also don't ignore your rear delts. And for biceps, I'd say chin-ups and just the basics, alternating dumbbell curls, barbell or easy bar, bicep curls. Just get strong on those movements. And for triceps, I would focus on overhead extension movements. So standing overhead extension with a barbell or easy bar curl, any overhead extension variation with like a dumbbell, and skull crushers and jam presses are great, and you can also do some push downs. Those are great movements. Thanks for the donation though, dude. Natty Cope Destroyer donated $3. Most highly driven CEOs are on TRT. Imagine living in the 21st century with access to cutting-edge pharmacology that can enhance us as humans, not taking advantage of it. Staying natty means being limited by your genetics. Why settle for being average? Yeah. But, oh, you didn't get permission from the doctor. Oh, I guess you're just gonna have to be normal. Again, winners win. Winners find ways to win, and winners don't necessarily follow the rules because that's not what gets... It's not what gets you the gold medal. It's not what gets you the fucking money at the end of the day. It's not what gets you the bitches, the cars, whatever you want. Winners just win. You can call it cheating all you want, but if you're the one with the gold medal, if you're the one with the money, if you're the one with the cars, if you're the one with the big house, if you're the one fucking supermodels, you're the one who fucking won, right? Thanks for the donation, though, Natty Cope Destroyer. How expensive is test? If you're getting it through the underground market like I am, it's extremely cheap. It's only about $50 per month for me. Even through the pharmaceutical route, it's pretty inexpensive. At least in Canada, US is different because you have the most fucked up, retarded medical system imaginable. It would still only be about $80 a month for me. Steroids don't cause left ventricular hypertrophy, dumbass. Yeah, steroids don't cause LVH. Biggest risk factors for LVH are high blood pressure and genetics. So if you have a high amount of androgen receptors in your heart, that's going to trigger LVH, especially if you exercise. So, college age male athletes have the highest risk for LVH, especially field sports athletes. So, it's primarily a genetic factor, and it's exacerbated with intense exercise. Steroids don't just cause LVH, and no, steroids don't just shorten your life. You're an idiot.
Thanks Richard. Also, did you see Dr. Mike got liposuction surgery and now wants to get even more surgeries to look more Chad, shrink his waist even more and get his abs/waist wrapped in a permanent corset or SM shit lol. Has he lost his mind? Thoughts?
Yeah. He's lost his mind and he's retarded. So, he can get all that done, and he's just gonna look like a fucked up retard. Probably won't even be able to train properly anymore, or he'll have to quit, because if he gets all that shit done, he's just gonna be disabled. I love how this guy said he's 10% body fat, and then he goes into liposuction. You're 10% body fat, but you're a candidate for liposuction. Okay, dude. He eats like a retard. We all know that. Not only does he eat like a retard, but he just overeats too. His problem isn't that he doesn't have enough cosmetic surgeries. His problem is that he doesn't know how to eat and train properly. Or take steroids properly. He does everything wrong. But he's an adult. He can ruin his own life. It's just ridiculous. There's a lot of pro bodybuilders who do get liposuction. The reason they do that is because they're like the conditioning standards in pro bodybuilding are fucking ridiculous. And you can get to like sub 5% body fat. You may still have an area of your body that isn't like super striated. So they'll gain weight, get liposuction in that area, and then when they lose weight again, it'll have that look where it's like paper thin skin. That's not uncommon, but Mike just doesn't diet enough. Period. He gets too fat in the off season, and he doesn't give himself a long enough time to diet. And when he does diet, he follows the dumbest diet imaginable. Thanks for the donation, though, Nick from GTA.
Sup Richard, when Coach Greg inevitably asks to coach you for free, what will you say? Will you eventually get a coach? Anyone in mind?
I'm definitely going to need a prep coach for competition prep. I'd probably go with Dr. Todd Lee because we're kind of friends already anyway. And he seems to know what he's talking about. He has a fair bit of like experience doing prep coaching, and he's competed himself. I don't necessarily agree with him on everything when it comes to steroid use, but you know, he definitely knows more about than me on competition prep. Thanks for the donation, though, Saxby. UGL source in Canada? Well, I'm not going to fucking tell you on YouTube. What are you, nuts? Ugh.
Okay, that's great. Can we get to gaming or reacting now? All you've been doing for the last 3 hours is waddling around, reading comments, texting on your phone, barely exercising, drinking water, peeing. So let's do something productive, eh? Nigga.
We're not quite done yet. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
Hey Richard, what do you think is wrong with Dr. Mike's training recommendations? Does he recommend too much or too little volume? Do you think his hypertrophy app that costs like $400 per year is a waste of money? Better place to get training info?
I've never used his hypertrophy app personally, so I can't say if it's a waste of money. He does recommend way too much volume for natural lifters, especially when they're dieting. Some of his exercise selection recommendations are a little ridiculous, especially when it comes to biceps and triceps. He does a lot of this, like these dumb exercises that emphasize the stretch like crazy, which for some body parts is just stupid. All he is doing is causing an extreme amount of muscle damage, and the exercises aren't very great for actual muscle building. I can't say if the app that he has is worth it because I've never actually tried it. I don't know enough about it. Um, so again, the natty YouTubers that give the best lifting advice, I'd say would be Jeff Nippard, Jeffrey Verity Schoolfield, and Alpha Destiny. I'm gonna start making a lot more lifting content too. So I am doing the workout live streams primarily right now, but I am gonna start uploading more like videos where I go over workout stuff. Thanks for the donation though, Nick. Have you heard of Lyle McDonald's dumb takes on plant-based diets? Yeah, I've heard of it. I actually wanted to have a debate discussion with Lyle on some of that stuff. Just gonna do one more set of that. And then we're gonna do supported rows, and then we're done with back. Whew. Yeah, like, there's enough vegan fitness influencers that exist right now where it's like, give me a fucking break. Clearly, there's not an issue with vegan diets and building muscle, and I mean, like, I'm considered the guy, you know, of vegan fitness YouTube. And like I've been able to bench 410 naturally, which most of these other fitness influencers, including like Jeff Nippard, Will Tennyson, Jesse James West, you know, name the fuckhole. They haven't been able to do that. And you can look at my physique, you know, peak natty physique. Those were my last uploads on my channel. I looked fucking big. I looked good. And now it's just going to a whole nother level with the steroid use. Like, am I going to be as big and strong as Larry Wheels? Like, it's too early to say. I don't know if I'll ever be as strong as Larry. Could I be as big as Larry? There's a good chance. Like, I am going to try to compete in bodybuilding again. So it's like, give me a fucking break. Like, when is it going to end? Like, even if I get to, like, Chris Bumstead level, where I'm competing at the fucking Mr. Olympia, I'm sure everyone would have, like, all the same usual copes. Oh, well, you're special. It's just, like, the genetics you have. Vegan diet doesn't work for everybody. Or, oh, you just had to take more steroids. Everyone else is taking less steroids than you because the vegan diet doesn't work. Like, I'm sure I'll hear all that horse shit. Or, like, they'll even, like, the worst cope of all. You're not even actually vegan. I think you're eating, like, whey protein or something when no one's looking. I'm sure. I'm sure I'll hear that shit. I'm already getting that now. There's actually a lot of people who, like, flat out deny that I'm even vegan. Like, they literally cannot accept that I could get this big as a vegan. All right. And now we just got to do supported rows. Yes, I'm obviously taking fucking steroids. Holy shit. It's literally in the stream title.
Bro. Richard, why are you not Orthodox Christian? You know it's based right? Would you ever debate J. Dyer one-on-one? No help from Ask Yourself. Richard, you are intelligent. Join the Orthodox Church and fight for Christ. We will all be vegan in the end too.
I've tried debating Jay Dyer one-on-one. He only hosts his debates on Twitter, and I can't get the audio to work. I ended up waiting for an hour, and then my microphone wouldn't work, and then he just booted me from the fucking stream. It was super annoying. I debate him, like, the presuppositionalist Christian shit is so fucking cringe and retarded. Like, it is so dumb. Out of this world fucking stupid, and I know how those debates are gonna go. How do you know what truth is? How do you know what how do you know what truth is? Is math real or is it a concept? And then they're gonna go through the whole spiel of, oh, the only way any of this is like true or real is through God. It's like, okay, well, you're gay. Debating those people is kind of a fucking headache. I'd be willing to do it, but it's a huge headache. Religion is just for weak people. I think humanity, there's a fundamental problem with the human mind, and it's the human condition. And we are in a constant state of burden, and there's no getting away from it. You're not always suffering, but you will forever be burdened as long as you are alive. And I think people kind of get tired of it. They end up getting like exhausted from it and fearful of it. And this whole idea of there being this all-powerful, perfect God that loves you and he'll give you paradise in the afterlife, it's just a massive cope. Because I think everyone knows in their mind, no matter where they fucking end up, if there is any afterlife at all, they know it's going to have the same fucking problems as they have now, where you're going to be burdened with boredom, you're going to be burdened with some kind of maintenance, like brushing your teeth or having to exercise or eat a certain way or find food. There's always something that's going to burden you, and there's just no escape from it. The only solution to it is strength. If you're strong enough, then you can, handle any of these burdens, but rather than teaching people to just be strong and learn how to, fight, have, a better mental outlook on the world. Oh, don't worry, it'll all go away eventually. Somebody will sort it out for you, and all your problems are going to be gone. And it just doesn't work like that. Another fucking problem with religion is pretty much all of these religions, they're moral realists. And that creates a whole other set of fucking issues where rather than recognizing the power within your own mind, that you get to decide what's right and wrong, you get to decide what is meaningful, not meaningful. Your mind is the one that creates all this. You're like gaslit into thinking, no, God decides for you. And when you take away that kind of power from people, you just end up causing all of these mental health problems where you have like existential dread. You end up questioning what you're doing is, you just question whether or not you're actually doing the right thing, rather than just recognizing you're the one who has the power. You're the one who controls right or wrong. You're the one who controls meaning, and you get to decide for yourself how you want to live your life and what kind of influence you want to have on the world, rather than listening to Sky Daddy or somebody who claims to be able to communicate with fucking Sky Daddy. And it just leaves you open to manipulation, and it leaves you in a state of powerlessness where if this sort of thinking doesn't work for you, well, then you're just fucked. Thanks for the donation, though, Mac Daddy. Basically, religion's just for fucking pussies. Like, that's all it is. It's for weak beta male fucking pussies who can't think for themselves. They need somebody to think for them, and who are too weak, pathetic, or scared to fucking tell other people how they want things, how they should act, and they can't impart, that kind of force onto the world. The only religion that would make any sense is the cult of Crom from Conan the Barbarian, where the only thing they're interested in is strength. Crom, the god Crom, only cares about strength, and those who lack it are just punished. And you're not even allowed to pray to Crom, because prayer is a form of weakness. So the only thing you should ever be concerned with is strength, and exerting that strength on yourself and the world. That's the only religion, if it were to exist, that would make any fucking sense. But Conan is fucking based. That is a super, super underrated movie. A lot of people consider it like a kind of cheesy cult 80s film. It's amazing. It has really, really deep philosophical concepts that a lot of people miss. Oh.
Not only that, but it also promotes a shit ton of harm.
Well, yeah. And again, you're not allowed to question it. You're not allowed to think for yourself because, oh, well, that's just what God says. You're supposed to be a sheep and obey. So, yeah, it just promotes beta male bitch kind of thinking. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Do you have any tips on dealing with anger? You seem way more in control now compared to your younger years. The thing that you have to keep in mind with any emotional issue, whether it be anger, sadness, you know, and anything in between, is there's nothing external that dictates your emotional state. I had a mushroom trip over a year ago where I actually had a whole video on this on my channel. It's one of my recent uploads. It's easy to find. I think it's like how I cured my depression. I had a mushroom trip where I zoomed out from the universe and I got so far from everything that exists that everything looked like this tiny little dot. And it was like I was being shown all of this is meaningless nonsense. It has no value. There is nothing in the world that intrinsically has meaning. It is pointless. Life is a joke. It's stupid, worthless. I fully internalized nihilism. Just the truth that there is no meaning, no purpose in anything. And then I asked myself, if there's no... If everything's meaningless, everything's pointless, everything's a stupid joke, like, why am I going on living? And then, like, I just realized in that moment, the reason I go on is to benefit from living. There's obvious benefits to living. You can jerk off, You can get hand jobs at Asian massage parlors. You can like eat good food. You can work out, drive fast cars. Like you can do. There's a whole lot of things in the world that are enjoyable that like benefit you in some way. Now, if nothing matters and everything's fucking stupid and pointless, and the only reason you fucking choose to keep on existing is to benefit yourself, why are you letting anything frustrate you? It's pointless. It's meaningless. It's fucking stupid. All these fucking dumbasses that exist that fuck with you, that say stupid shit, like your fucking boss that might treat you like shit, dumbass, like fucking relationships you might have had, jackasses that cut you off on the highway, they don't matter. They're all gonna fucking die. Nobody's gonna remember them. You're gonna die. Nobody's gonna remember you. Everyone's gonna die. Everything's fucking pointless. So, where does that frustration come from? It comes from you. Everything is pointless and meaningless and fucking stupid. You just don't realize it. You're the one creating in your own mind this sense of importance, this feeling that I have to react to something in a certain way. This is supposed to annoy me. This is supposed to make me feel happy. You're the one who's totally in control of that. There's nothing external to you that forces you to think or feel in a certain way. So it's all a matter of mindset. Anger comes from within, it's not external. It is something that you choose to feel. And once you realize it's your choice, you have complete and utter control over it. So, during that mushroom trip, I also saw that there was this big, like, open ocean, and there were all these raindrops falling from the sky, and I saw these raindrops created ripples in the water, and each of these ripples interacted with the other ripples, and it created more and more turbulence. And then I saw this rock sticking up out of the water, and the ripples would just bounce off the rock. And then I realized all these ripples in the water that are interacting with each other and creating more and more turbulence, these are just dumbass, weak people who are influenced by everything that let other, like, external factors influence them. But you could be the rock where ripples just bounce off of you. It's all a matter of mindset. And if you have the proper mindset and realize nihilism is the truth, everything is stupid and fucking pointless, and you have the ultimate power, which is to create meaning, to create joy, happiness, to like just deny sadness and anger and frustration. You have all that power within your own mind, and you can just choose to be fucking happy, and you can just choose to not feel angry. And once you realize that, um, you aren't gonna have those fucking problems anymore. You have the ultimate power. Don't let anybody gaslight you into thinking, oh, of course you'd feel that way. Oh, you gotta share your feelings and your emotions. No. The reason you have emotional problems, the reason you get angry and you can't control yourself, the reason you feel sad about certain things is because you're weak and you need to develop the strength to actually learn how to control yourself. So, since then, I've just I literally just chose to be happy. I realized happiness is within me, anger is within me. All these emotions are just within me, and because they're within me, I have control over them, and I can choose to feel however the fuck I want. And I'm choosing to feel happy. I'm choosing to not be angry, and I'm just choosing to get what I want out of life. Yeah, and steroids help. Steroids are great. But even before steroids, this was over a year ago. I cured my depression, and I did it on stream. That stream was pretty fucking incredible. But I had that whole mushroom trip on stream, and all that happened on stream. Oh.
Is Christianity logical? They claim God is one, but they believe Jesus is God, Father is God, Holy Ghost is God, all three are gods, but yet all of these are one. How can God become a man and then die and put on a cross? Make it make sense.
Oh, dude, there's some hilarious debates that come out of that. Um, there was some Christian guy who was debating. What was his name? It was something philosophy. He's a Christian apologist. He ended up debating somebody from Ask Yourself's Discord, and he said he came up with some new form of math where 1 can equal 3. It was it's stupid. Christianity is just a dumb bitch religion for fucking idiots. It just creates complacent sheeps who can't think for them fucking selves. And that's what all religions do. I'm actually thinking of like literally creating my own religious cult. And it's basically the cult of Crom, where the only thing that matters is fucking strength. You have the ultimate power over meaning, over your own mind, over right and wrong, and you have to project strength onto yourself and onto the world for you to become who you want to be and for the world to be the way you want to be it. Um, it would definitely be a better religion than like fucking Christianity, Islam, and shit. And I don't know if it would be as effective to just give people these ideas. Like, I don't know if nihilism is as marketable as, some kind of a religion where, okay, there's a god Crom that you're not supposed to worship or pray to, and Crom only cares about strength. I don't know what's more like marketable, but I just want that idea to, be out there. Thanks for the donation, though, Anonymous. Does religion create sheep, or do sheep flock to the religion because of their nature? I think it's a mix of both. Religious indoctrination does certainly brainwash people, but I'm guaranteed there's also people who just are like that and then flock to religion. Who remembers that guy Jim Jones who killed over 1,000 people in Guyana? Yeah. Wasn't Callie Muscle's father in that suicide cult? I think Callie Muscle's dad was in it, and he ended up not drinking the poison. It was fucking nuts. Oh. Oh.
What do you think of retro-electric dirt bikes? I wonder if they are street legal. I want one.
Vetra. I don't think I've ever heard of them. Vetra. Oh, these look like pieces of shit. If you're gonna get a bike like that, I'd recommend the Suron Ultra B or something similar. Those smaller, lighter weight bikes, they might be okay for like women or like really young teenage boys or something, but they have like mountain bike suspension parts and they just don't work well for like adult-sized human beings. I wouldn't recommend getting anything under like a Suron Ultra B kind of class where they actually have motorcycle parts. And any fucking bike is street legal as long as you don't get caught by the police or the police don't care. Thanks for the donation though, Poopy Butt.
Nihilism is not the truth. Jesus is the truth. You are created in his image. Richard, you are important. You are loved and created by Christ. You have a purpose. Humble yourself before him as I did. There is meaning in life with Christ. Jesus loves you, man.
That is some pussy-ass bitch shit. I'm important because I say I'm fucking important, not because some fucking dickhead said I was. So, yeah, fuck that. That's just gay. Thanks for the donation, Mac Daddy. Like, really, what kind of thinking is that? Like, oh, I'm important because somebody else said it? Would you rather that be true? Or would you rather it be true that you're the one who determines? Like, do you want to have control over your own value, your own fate, your own destiny? Or do you want that to be in somebody else's hands? Like, again, it's just beta male bitch, like fucking sheep thinking. Thanks for the donation, though, Mac Daddy. And thanks for the gifted membership, Street Vegan. Appreciate that. Fuck. There we go. Vegan but takes steroids, lol. What do you think steroids are made out of, dumbass? They're made out of fucking soybeans. Love how these dumbasses fucking come. Are steroids vegan? Are they made out of crushed up baby ducks, idiot? Does getting compliments on your physique early on in your lifting career indicate good muscle building genetics? Not necessarily. You might have, like, just idiots around you. There's a lot of fat chicks who end up going to the gym, and then after a week, their friends are like, "Oh my god, you look great, good job." So, not necessarily. Entirely depends who's saying that to you. I would go more by objective kind of standards. Like, you can look up what is expected of a lifter given a certain period of time training and like how much weight, your average person's able to lift. So if you're lifting way more than your average lifter at an earlier point in your career, that's a good indication that you have good genetics.
What do you realistically think was the reason as to why Frank couldn't get even a partial refund from the 20k Wagyu? He's clearly not telling the truth about the full story.
He probably fucked up in some way. So, yeah, in all likelihood, he's the one who probably fucked up. And he just won't admit it. He's a narcissist, so that's just what he does, Thanks for the donation, though, Secret Society Gang Stalker.
I will only do the 10-minute spam dono for $100 if you twerk to it.
For 10 minutes? Yeah. Okay, sure. We'll do that later, though. Thanks for the donation, non-wib. Can't twerk now. Gotta focus on lifting. Do you still take DHA, and is it actually important? Yeah, I've changed my opinion on DHA. I am taking a DHA supplement. Um, so yeah, I think it is good to supplement with DHA. Oh. Okay, so now we just got to do biceps. So that's it for the back training. And my stupid brachioradialis is feeling better, so I should be able to do some heavy dumbbell curls. What's a relatively accurate source for strength standards? I think there's a website called Strength Standards. You can look at what people are lifting given a certain age and weight class. And I would say it is fairly accurate. If am I at risk of early cognitive decline if I haven't eaten fish in 8 years and never supplement DHA? Probably not. There doesn't seem to be a huge. Doesn't seem to make that big of a difference, you know. I do upload some videos where I do naked lifting for my OnlyFans. There's a few.
Do you think Dr. Taban fucked up at all? The one thing I don't understand is how he didn't spot from a mile away that Frank was insane when he met him for the initial consultations.
He's a plastic surgeon, dude. I think literally every single one of his fucking patients has mental issues. So, I'm sure he figured ahead of time that Frank is fucked up, but he just didn't realize exactly how fucked up. Um, in Frank's own words, after he got the procedure done, he admitted Taban told him that he's not really a good candidate for the procedure and didn't recommend it, but Frank insisted anyway. So, Taban may have fucked up, but he warned Frank ahead of time. Again, this is in Frank's own words. He just contradicts himself when he makes his videos because he's a fucking bad liar. So, yeah, I'm sure Taban figured ahead of time Frank's not mentally all there. I think that's the case with most of his patients. Yeah, he used to do gay porn and escorting. Frank's a really weird guy. Really, really weird guy. No, I don't do those curls lying on a bench. I think they're dog shit exercise. I've never been able to grow my biceps doing that. These dumbbell handles are 11 pounds, and I've got an extra 20 pounds on each, so they're 31 pounds. Why do smoke shops have employees with babies? I don't know that was a common thing. I haven't really been in any smoke shops. Um, Marijuana stores are, a thing in Canada because it's legal here, but I've never seen any employees with babies. Yeah, this brachioradialis pain is still bothering me. I'm gonna try TB 500. See if that helps. Usually when I warm up a lot, it starts going away, but
Do you have any studies on men with test levels of 1500 to 2000 being safe? Not just bro science. Thank you.
I don't know of any off the top of my head. Um, Again, blood pressure and hematocrit are going to be the two biggest things to look out for. If those are under control, I don't know why you'd assume those test levels are unsafe. There are, in fact, people who walk around naturally with test levels that high. They're rare, but it's not like they're dropping like flies and dying. So as long as you can keep blood pressure under control and your hematocrit at a sensible level, why would you assume having test levels that high would be a problem? I know there is research where men were given testosterone up to 500 milligrams per week, and there was a increasing dose response up to 500 milligrams where they report having um, greater perceived wellness. So, like, improvements in mood and shit like that. But I've been hearing people like tell me, "Oh, aren't you worried about your heart enlarging?" That's a genetic risk factor. So there are people with more androgen receptors in their heart, and if you're one of those people, then maybe having tests that high, especially if you're an athlete, that might be a problem for you. But you can find tons of massive IFBB pro open bodybuilders like Dorian Yates who've taken gargantuan doses of steroids for over a decade, and their hearts are normal size. So, left ventricular hypertrophy or maladaptive cardiomyopathy, that's more of a genetic risk factor. The only other lifestyle risk, or, well, biomarker, I guess, that would be a risk factor for it is elevated blood pressure. And again, if you take a medication like telmisartan, an ARB, that does protect against LVH. So, you can do what you want with your own body, your own health. If you don't want to have testosterone that high, you don't have to.
It's time to quit horsing around, time to add tren and insulin to the stack, my friend. Everybody wants to be a bodybuilder, nobody wants to use 2 grams of tren a week and insulin after every meal. Yeah buddy, lightweight baby. Time to dig deep.
I wish tren didn't cause the mental health side effects it has. I'd love to run tren, but it's just so bad for your brain and mental health. But again, if steroids were legal and these things were like commercially available and everybody was taking them, you'd have an industry, pharmaceutical industry, that would just make better steroids, and you'd have drugs like tren that don't have those side effects. It's fucking stupid, but yeah, I don't think I'm ever gonna run tren, even at low doses, just because it terrible, terrible, terrible for your brain and mental health. Everyone I've known who's run tren, even at low doses, like even like 25 or 50 milligrams a week, it does something to their personality where even if they're not raging and pissed off, they just start acting weird and just behaving differently. And like if it's changing the way you think and your behavior, like that's not a good sign. Especially in like a not so great direction where you're just acting fucking weird. Like when people are on tests and they're like, "Oh man, I feel great, I'm happy, I'm more energetic," like that's fine, but when it's affecting your personality where you just start acting like a fucking weirdo, like I'm not gonna fuck with that. Thanks for the donation though, Rusty Shackelford. Nighty night, informative tech. That's a good question. How long have I been working out? About 3 hours, 35 minutes. It's taken a little bit longer because I got a lot of donos on stream and shit. Usually my back and biceps workouts are a bit longer, but this is pretty fucking long. What's the next steroid you'll add to your stack? It's either going to be just more testosterone or boldenone, in all likelihood. I don't train at a commercial gym, just train at home. How do you get that build like lean but swole? You don't have much fat. Well, I trained naturally for fuck. I started when I was, I'd say seriously, when I was about 16. And I only hopped on steroids right after I turned 34. So that would be 16 years. And I got pretty fucking big. I got up to 200 pounds, and I would say about 12% body fat. And I weighed myself this morning. I was 211. That's after 50 days of being on steroids. So I gained 10 pounds in less than 2 months, and I lost body fat. So I think I'm about 10-ish, 9, 10-ish right now.
Now that you're using steroids, what foods does breakfast, lunch, and dinner typically consist of?
Breakfast is 100 grams of protein powder with 20 grams of creatine. And then I have a fruit smoothie with 250 grams, blueberries, 2 oranges, and a lemon, and I mix that into a smoothie. And then I might have an extra 2 or 3 rice cakes. And I'll also have 1 sweet potato. And I usually microwave a sweet potato, then put it in the air fryer to get it like kind of crispy like French fries. And I'll add a bit of malt vinegar to it, sprinkle on a little bit of salt. And that's basically my pre-workout meal. And then after I work out, I'll have another 100 grams of protein. I think with the protein powder I have now, that's about 70 grams protein. Then I'll have 1 block of tofu, which is I think 450 grams. Big plate of broccoli and Brussels sprouts, and another sweet potato. And then I'll have that same meal again for my final meal, just without the extra protein powder. That's what I've been eating for the last, like, I upped my calories. I was eating 1,500 calories, actually, when I first hopped on, but I upped my calories. That's what I've been eating for the last, like, 2 weeks. No chocolate milk. Thanks for the donation, though, Nat.
Once I'm healed from surgery, I'ma start lifting and be a muscle mommy. You ever gone to bouldering, climbing gym? Do you think it's fun or gay? I think it's fun because I'm gay.
Yeah, bouldering's fun. I really like bouldering. I've been to climbing gyms before. A few years ago, I was thinking of signing up to one because when I lived in Guelph, there was a climbing gym down the street. But right when I wanted to sign up, they closed down because they were undergoing renovations and they're gonna update the facility. And then I ended up moving. Thanks for the donation, Onwib. But yeah, bouldering's a lot of fun. Yeah. My libido went fucking insane when I first hopped on. Like outrageously, ridiculously insane. I had to like take breaks in between working out to jerk off. Now it's back to normal. It died down. That may be due to a reduction in sex hormone binding globulin. Yeah, but it's I did not like having a libido that high. That was ridiculous. I much prefer it the way it is now, where it's just like at a normal level. That was like uncontrollably annoyingly bad. Like it actually got in the way of just normal daily life. Oh, I was wanking like 3 or 4 times a day. Maybe on a bad day, like 5. Oh, I have no libido at all right now after stopping SSRIs for a year and stopping TRT for a year. Why would you stop TRT? You know what's fucking retarded? Like, testosterone is a known antidepressant. I think the first clinical use of testosterone was actually to be used as an antidepressant for like submariners, like people who work on submarines, because they often suffered from depression, being underwater and isolated for that long in a cramped space. So, like, you could take testosterone and more energy, more muscle mass, more libido, like, just be a better, more jacked fucking human being and the mental health benefits. Or you could take SSRIs, which could worsen your depression, can worsen anxiety, fucks your libido, can make you like unable to get an erection or not be able to orgasm. Why isn't testosterone kind of considered more of a first line medication for treating depression, especially like treatment resistant depression? Oh, testosterone bad. Why would you want to be more manly? Like, again, just gay fucking cuck bitch society, dude. We don't want anybody being, physically fit and strong, but oh, here's fucking Skittles, here's Doritos, here's ice cream, here's fucking alcohol. You can all buy that at the grocery store. Again, government wants you to be fat, sick, and stupid, but they have a problem with you getting fucking in shape and jacked. And then they keep talking about the obesity crisis. Like, okay, you have a problem with obesity, but you allow any idiot to buy fucking Skittles, marshmallows, and fucking ice cream and Pop Tarts, but testosterone? Oh, no, no, no. Can't give you testosterone. Oh. I've got 51 pounds on these dumbbells right now. It's not super heavy. I had I still have a bit of an injury in the brachial radialis on my left arm, so I'm not at peak strength. But again, I'm gonna try to not aggravate it, and I'm gonna try TB 500 again to see if I can just heal that at more rapid pace. Heal that at a more rapid pace. Estrogen makes me feel amazing. Well, that's good. Remember when Mike Israetel said sleep is the most effective PED? Well, why doesn't he just take sleep meds then? So if sleep is the most effective PED, why doesn't he just take sleep meds and sleep for 15 hours a day? He wouldn't have all the fucking crazy side effects from like fucking trenbolone and shit that he's on. 21st Century Tillers, what were those bitch made fake ass front raises you just did called? Those aren't front raises, those are hammer curls. Didn't even get halfway to parallel, cringe ass motherfucker. Also, what was that, like 6 reps, weak ass shit? You do tiny as fuck sets and take 3 hours to do basically no hard training. Right, that's why I'm more jacked than you, right? Would you argue that your current GH plus test stack is actually improving your overall health? Yeah. Well, I'm getting blood work regularly. So my blood pressure has not changed. It's still really low. And I've had my cholesterol, HbA1c, hematocrit, liver, kidney, markers tested. They've all improved. So liver and kidneys are still fine, like no change there. Hematocrit increased slightly, like you'd expect, but it's still within the normal range. It wasn't a huge increase. It's only a slight increase. HbA1c improved. It went from 5.1 to 4.9, and my cholesterol, my LDL, went from 79 to 61. So no change in blood pressure, improved insulin sensitivity, improved lipid markers, which is the main risk factor for heart disease. And I feel fucking amazing. I'm in better shape. My cardio's improved, more muscle mass. So by any like objective standards, yeah, I'm healthier. I'll get a cardiac ultrasound in like a year. Not going to bother doing it now because I'm not going to. My heart isn't going to fucking suddenly grow and explode after like a fucking month and a half. Do you think taking steroids takes away from the merit of being a muscular vegan? No. Tons of people are accusing me of steroids anyway, so who cares? And there's plenty of lifters who eat meat who are on steroids, so what's the difference? If you stop taking steroids, will you lose muscle quickly? Probably not. For how long will you keep taking them? Forever. I'm not stopping. Thanks for the donation, dude. Yeah, why would I stop? So, like, people are like, oh, you're going to lose muscle if you stop. Okay, so then why would I stop? Like, if you stop working at your job, you're not going to make money anymore. It's like, okay, your point? Like, I guess you shouldn't work at your job because if you stop working, you won't make money? Like, just be homeless. That's how it's supposed to be. It's just dumb. Thanks for the donation, though, dude. Yeah, just live like Spherage. What's your view on that men should much rather attempt to start their own business in order to make money rather than being a corporate slave? Well, there's benefits and downsides. Some people aren't very self-motivated and don't have like a good amount of discipline, and they're like they just don't have what it takes to, be an entrepreneur. But if and some people just don't care about working for a boss, right? Like everybody wants a certain lifestyle. Benefit for working for yourself is you could potentially make more money, you could set your own hours, you can do something that you genuinely enjoy, this and that. But it's all everything has its own risk rewards and such. There's no like right or wrong answer. The cow eats a grass fed diet. Are carnivores getting the same nutrients? Well, sort of. Like animals synthesize like certain amino acids. Like you're not going to get taurine or carnitine or something from grass. You're also not going to get saturated fat and cholesterol from grass. You also can't digest grass. Do you have an easier time getting girls after you jumped on gear? I'm definitely getting more attention and messages on Instagram. I do have an easy curl bar, I just don't use it. I don't like it that much. All right. Normally I do forearms too, but I'm just going to do that tomorrow with my back work. Oh. You know, this and that. Oh. Yep, 4-hour workout. With my endurance, should maybe try Rich Piana's 8-hour arm workout. Oh my god. Ugh. How much does your whole gym setup cost? I think I put maybe like 4.5 ish thousand into it, maybe. Oh man. Dude, every time I see myself, I'm getting like just fucking bigger. Holy shit. That is fucking crazy. Like in just not even 2 months. I'm not even eating much. All that wasted time lifting naturally. All right, I'm going to switch my microphone. There we are. Um, yeah, I've been in a deficit. Right now I'm in a more mild deficit, but I've been in a deficit. Do you prefer white or Asian girls? I've never been able to date an Asian. They don't usually date outside of their own culture. I think Asian chicks are hot, but I wouldn't say I have a preference in terms of looks. They're both pretty attractive. Kind of want to date a Middle Eastern chick. Kind of want to sniff their butts. I feel like Middle Eastern women would have really nice smelling butts. How long did you train for? Like 4 hours. Like the stream started 4 hours ago, so yeah. That took way longer than normal. I think just because of the donations and everything. So my back and bicep workouts do tend to take longer, but that was kind of ridiculous. Yeah, I guess Asian girls date white dudes, but I'm not exactly white. I'm white-ish. I think it's changing a little. I've seen some more Asian chicks dating black dudes. All right, is Gig here? Can he be mod? Oh yeah, Gig is there. Durag. All right, Gig. You now have the power. So if people spam or say the N word, just time them out. Don't ban them. But yeah, just put them in timeout. Okay. Oh boy. 4 years ago, I started sleeping on the ground and it has made me feel great. Not on a Japanese tatami mat, just a couple blankets on the carpet, and my joints and bones feel better. Yeah, a lot of people report saying that when I sleep on the ground now, my everything goes to sleep. Like my arms will go to sleep. Sometimes my legs will go to sleep. I don't know if there's like just too much weight or I don't have enough body fat and like it's just like bone on hard ground or something, but it's kind of a problem. Okay, I'm gonna go make a protein shake. I'm gonna bring down some rice cakes and shower, because if I don't shower, I'm gonna end up getting acne on my shoulders again. But I'll be back in a few minutes. Gig is moderator. He has the power of God. So behave yourselves. Um, but I will be back in a few minutes just after I have my protein shake and shower. I'm gonna have to lock Gummy upstairs too, because he's gonna fucking try to steal my rice cakes. Yeah, I wish I could do a shower stream. That would be interesting. But I'll be back in a few minutes, and then we'll react to stuff. All right. I'm back. Oh my god. Oh. Oh, that was a good workout. You know, I think I'll leave Gig as mod. He has proven himself worthy of the responsibility. So you are the honorary mod of the chat forevermore, Gig. Yep, I also washed my butthole. I didn't forget.
No hate or 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 no hate or
That was weird. Okay, it's still doing that. I'm gonna just restart OBS real quick. Very strange.
no hate or anything, but why is there no plaster on the walls?
Well, I'm renting this house, and this is just how it's built. So yeah. Thanks for the donation, though, Psycho.
When you accidentally use the humor you use with the boys with a girl.
Let me take a look. Yeah, pretty much.
This makes me want to do porn commentary.
18, 16. Is there a difference in muscle gain if you eat all your protein in one meal versus spread out throughout the day? At least in naturals, doesn't really seem to be the case, but I think there's kind of a sliding scale there. So you're probably going to reach peak anabolism by having at least 2 meals a day with adequate protein intake. So you want to get at least 50 grams of protein per meal. So I would say if you're a natural, at least 2 meals per day with minimum 50 grams protein. And then depending on your protein needs, body weight, stuff like that. You're obviously going to have to adjust your protein intake, but you do absorb all the protein you get from a single meal. There doesn't seem to be an upper limit.
Hits home for me how important that is.
Yeah, in fact, Kate, we created like if you must rimming protocol with a breakdown of how you can do this safely. Do you want to go over that?
Yeah, that's a good idea. Okay, so I'm just going to run through these things. It's broken up into 6 different areas. So, firstly, is to clean the area. So, make sure that you shower, bathe, use a bidet beforehand, and use some gentle, unscented soap. It's obviously important to not introduce different things in that area, especially as a female where you have a pH level in your vaginal canal. You want to maintain that. So, gentle soap is important. Same thing to don't douche. A lot of women don't realize that that's not great for your vaginal area. Make sure you trim and clean fingernails so that no bacteria is caught underneath them. Next topic is the timing of doing this activity. So avoid doing this right after a large meal or a bowel movement, because obviously there'll be more.
I've never cared. I don't care if a girl like takes a shit, has a hard workout, and then is sweaty and grimy down there. I've just dove right in. Never had a problem. 34.50. Let me see.
You both feeling?
I feel great. I want to do like 2 more. I want to cover all the topics that we don't talk about. I want to talk about a lot of women experience pain during sex, what they should be doing to resolve that, how seriously they should be taking that. So very, very excited.
I think this is kind of like our secret superpower is the ability to talk about things that other people don't want to talk about. Or maybe that's your superpower, Brian. I don't know. Maybe you're just pulling us along for the ride. But I think that we have the opportunity here to help educate people in areas of health that nobody else is educating. So yeah, I'm happy to be a part of it.
Mm-hmm. It's cool that they're doing that. I'm all in favor of it. Thanks for the donation, SV.
React to this VG.
New data shows that the Democratic Party is in serious trouble. This is according to the data. I am not making this up. This is not my commentary. So don't punish us for being the messengers of this news if you happen to be a Democrat. So millions of Americans are apparently leaving the Democratic Party and choosing to register as Republicans instead, which is actually pretty surprising to me considering all the chaos that's going on right now under the leadership of the Republican Party. But nonetheless, we know this because 30 states track voter registration by political party. So we get this.
I have a feeling things are going to change after Christmas. When people aren't able to buy enough presents, things are going to change.
Data in real time, and as you can see here, take a look at this chart. From 2020 to 2024, Democrats hemorrhaged voters to Republicans in every single one of the 30 states that track voter registration, pertaining to party affiliation. As you can see, this map spans deep blue states like California, deep red states in the Midwest, and swing states like Arizona. Overall,
yeah, I mean, Democrats are gay as fuck. If they just became based and stopped with the overregulation and banning guns, I think that would solve the problem. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Mike got busted.
It's because of Israel? Maybe.
As you caught me. Yep, I'm having 12 whole.
Those are B12 shots. You can tell because the vial's red and the thing is red. That's B12.
Yep, I'm having 12 whole eggs. How you guys doing today? I'm just texting Heath Evans right here. Oh, no, that is. What's up, buddy? If you need anything, call Titan Medical. Take care. Can't coach stupid. Have a good one, guys.
You know, I'd like to see him at an expo now because I think I'm close to his size at this point. That'd be kind of funny. I wonder if he's going to any expos at any point. I might actually go to the LA Fit Expo or something if he's going to be there. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Or Rusty Shackleford, sorry.
Hey Richard, every desk chair I have tried has been pretty uncomfortable. I'm a software engineer, so I sit on my desk pretty often, and I'm looking for a better chair. Yours looks comfy. Where did you get it? Do you recommend this type of chair? Thoughts?
So it's a recliner. I got it from Leon's. I don't think they sell this particular chair anymore, but the most comfortable chair is going to be a recliner. Go to some furniture store, try all the recliners. A lot of them are vegan friendly. They don't have any leather. It's either synthetic leather or some kind of fabric. And just pick out the most comfortable recliner. And I would recommend getting a recliner with a electric adjustable height desk. And you will never have any discomfort sitting down ever again in your fucking life. Recliners are fucking god tier. I should have gotten a recliner way earlier. Recliners are just fucking epic. But thanks for the donation, Nick from GTA. $21st donated $2. It's funny that people make these posts. There are some extremely wealthy areas in Africa where they have a way better living standard than a lot of white Americans. So, I mean, yeah, it's true. Most of Africa sucks, but yeah, because white people don't do crack or crystal meth, apparently. Thanks for the donation, though, 21st. Dodo donated $2. In Afghanistan, segregation of women is so extreme that they had to invent bacha bazi, a practice where boys dressed as women dance for powerful men under the belief that sexual contact with young males is more moral. Jeez. These are dudes? Are you sure about that? These can't be dudes. Like this person has tits. This person has tits. I don't know. I'm not gonna trust a Twitter post. Pro-Israel goes to Israel, watch how they treat her. I know there are like crazy wacko Orthodox Jews that spit on non-Jews. Again, this is fucking Twitter. This may be completely and utterly out of context and propaganda.
Hey, what's up, Spidey? Oh, your eyes are cool, man.
Oh, that's a cool costume. Big MSNBC scoop. Trump border czar Tom Homan was under criminal investigation for potential bribery and claims he would steer Fed contracts in new administration. Undercover FBI agents recorded him accepting $50K in cash. Justice Department shuttered the probe. Jeez. That's fucking insane. But that's the Trump administration.
Wake up! Wake up! Great news! The UN and Bernie Sanders are now finally saying it's a genocide. And some celebrities in gala gowns are now mentioning you in their speeches. And some of them are even sharing stuff on their Instagram story.
That's,
Jeffrey wants.
that is what you call grifting. Alright, we'll watch that later. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. SV donated $2.
If you're having a bad day, take a beat and appreciate that this happened. Good God! Oh, fuck, woman. Well, I feel better. Right? If you're having a bad day, take a beat and appreciate that this happened.
Okay. Thanks for the donation, SV. Kid Boo donated $2. Ugh. This is like all wrong. Howl's Moving Castle was really good. Haven't seen Red, haven't seen Slam Dunk. Haven't seen The Boy and the Heron. I don't think I've seen that. Spirited Away was terrible. Your Name, I think I saw that. I liked that. Ponyo, fuck that shit. Demon Slayer is just fucking terrible. Nobody has any taste. Thanks for the donation though, Kid Boo.
Then why do so many of these SJWs claim that other countries are not as backwards as America thinks?
Well, why don't they live there? Yeah. It's funny how all these people who come from the countries that they say are so great, when they immigrate to these, like, Europe or the US, they're all jackasses. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Thanks Richard, going to check it out. Leon's appears to always have a nice sale going on Lamau. Also, have you ever heard of John Zerka? Would love your thoughts on him, extreme red pill turned super religious Christian preacher.
I debated him. He's a pretty funny guy with a unique brand of humor. Unfortunately, he's a drug-addicted, degenerate asshole. But there's a debate where I debated him on my channel. He's a fucking degenerate. And he's not Christian, it's just a grift. Thanks for the donation though, Nick, from GTA.
Greta Thunberg is such a bitch, literally like a fucking dog.
Can't say I disagree. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Thanks for the gifted memberships, Hawker.
Wants to make money. How are you gonna do it, Jeffrey? Are you gonna contribute to humanity? Are you gonna educate people or inspire them or help the animals? Wait, what's he doing? He's recording rage bait content. Jeffrey, don't you know that you can make money doing anything in life? Why would you try to make money like this, Jeffrey? Ew! His entire social media page is just hate. You've gotta start to meditate, Jeffrey. Adonis lives the best life ever. He wakes up in his peaceful home next to his beautiful wife and his healthy children. He wakes up and walks outside whilst his family is still asleep to meet his tribe members, the young men. They're all ready for today's lesson. He's gonna teach them how to hunt. He feels so fulfilled. He's making a living. He's actually rich, but he's helping people. He lives such a beautiful life in which his finances are tied to his contribution. He spends the rest of his day meditating, reading books, spending time with his family, and dining with his brothers. What an amazing life. So this guy made a video about me. He's not like a fan of mine, he just seems to make videos like this about everyone. Like his entire channel is just videos, which are like hate videos, but let's go ahead and watch it and see if he makes some good points.
Hamza built his brand by showcasing the
You know, it's funny, he mysteriously has never made a video response to me. He's only mentioned me without mentioning my name. It's almost as if he knows he's a fucking idiot and he got. Greta Thunberg is stacked. Have you ever seen her in a swimsuit? No. I think I've seen the one AI thing of her.
I never knew you debated him. What are your thoughts on Hassan Piker? How the hell does he have 35k viewers per stream? Also, I live in Montreal, Quebec, and it sucks here. Is Ontario better? Is it the best province in Canada, you think? Thoughts? Thanks, Rich.
Well, yeah, Montreal fucking sucks, dude. Quebec sucks, period. Yeah, Ontario's better. You definitely have the best healthcare in the province. You have lower taxes than in Quebec. The only problem is it can be expensive for like rent and housing. But it's definitely better than Quebec. If you want to stay broke, yeah, stay in Quebec. If you can live remotely and you want to massively reduce your expenses, probably like Nova Scotia would be one of the cheapest places to live. Alberta, I think, also has some of the lowest tax rates, and it can be inexpensive to live there. But like I'd say Ontario probably has some of the best, mix of good things, so like good healthcare, fairly reasonable taxes. There are some places to live where rent is cheaper, and Toronto's in Ontario, which is a nice city. And Hassan Piker's just a fucktard. Like he's a fascist, extremist, communist. I have no idea how somebody like that gets a big following. He's one of the biggest... Like, he's evil. Like, literally evil. Thanks for the donation, though, Nick from GTA. What's wrong with Demon Slayer? It sucks. Yeah, Greta Thunberg does not have big tits. That video or photo you're talking about, that's AI.
Greta Thunberg in a swimsuit, who don't even be putting that image in my brain. I mean, she is 22 and she still looks like she's 12.
Yeah, she is not my type, for sure. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
What's up, bro?
Awesome, man. All you have to do is you pinch it and pick it up. There we go.
You did 75?
Yeah. You got it?
I did 4. You might as well at least try it.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure ISO Speed has started taking steroids. Like, you can make good rapid progress and stuff, but it's like the deepened voice, it's the like wider jaw. It's just a little weird, and it looks like his gynecomastia got worse. I think he might be on like, some performance enhancement.
Pull back.
Like, he got a lot bigger pretty quickly. Like, he's not a big dude, but you can tell there's a huge difference. Way more muscular.
You go right there.
Right there.
Yeah.
Right there. Right.
Like, he's not a skinny, pencily little twink anymore. And yeah, the gyno's way worse. So I think he hopped on something. It could just be testosterone. But, his gynecomastia is so much worse. I don't know if he tried to fuck around with oral Dianabol or something. Because Gynecomastia is pretty easy to manage if you're just on testosterone, and you can notice it developing like very quickly. It's actually painful. If it's growing rapidly, you're very likely going to end up feeling a sensation where it feels like your nipples are getting stabbed with like a small needle. So as soon as you notice that, you can just take something like Arimidex, which will crash your estrogen to like nearly nothing, and you'll prevent it from growing. And there's also drugs like Nolvadex, which are a SERM, not an aromatase inhibitor, and that'll stop it immediately too. Nolvadex has issues where it can cause blood clotting, but like if you're young, you're not really going to worry about that. So I don't know if he tried to fuck around with some oral steroids like Dianabol, because Dianabol will cause rapid aromatization. Pretty much anybody who does Dianabol is going to get that.
Plates.
Nice.
3 plates.
Very good. Very good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, I'm like, the f- I feel like all my like.
Yeah, it's just the type of look that steroids give you, like the traps, the bigger neck, the deeper voice. I think he's on the spaghetti.
Runkle of the Bailey. My name is Ian Runkle. I'm a Canadian criminal defense and firearms lawyer. A lot of you have asked me for my thoughts on the Conservative proposal for a stand-on-guard principle to be incorporated into Canadian law.
Yeah, and so many people are afraid of injecting. Wouldn't surprise me if he just decided to try steroids and thought, okay, I'll just take an oral, see how it goes, and D-ball is everywhere. Like, that's the easiest oral steroid to get a hold of, and Anavar is very often faked with D-ball. So if you're like a young kid and you don't really know how to get a good source, you're very likely going to get a hold of Dianabol, even though you think you're going to be taking like oral Winstrol or oral Anavar.
Now, for the people who aren't Canadian, this is a bit of a pun. The Stand on Guard is from the Canadian national anthem, but it's a bit of a twist on Stand Your Ground. So, this is something that has already been criticized by a number of people. I've seen people, including defense lawyers, say that this would be effectively something that would allow for a hunting license.
Kind, purple, old man farming peacefully. Meanwhile, crazy people perform illegal surgery on purple man without anesthesia.
Yes. Very tragic. Thanks for the donation, SV.
License against people who trespass into your house. And in response, I have to wonder if those people are high, because it does nothing of the sort. If you're paying attention and if you watched my last video, I said I'd have some criticism for Pierre Poilievre. And here's the criticism. I don't think that this proposal will actually do a whole lot. Let's have a look at what's being proposed. So, they note, today, Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre announced the Stand on Guard principle, a proposed amendment to the criminal code that would ensure Canadians won't be thrown in jail for simply defending their homes, their families, and themselves. Conservatives are calling on the government to introduce a bill enacting this principle this fall, failing which one of the party's members of parliament will do so in a private member's bill. So all of that sounds great, and this is an introduction where we're hearing, oh, right, we're going to do all this important stuff. I'm going to skip over this next line for now. We're going to come back to it because this line is really the only thing that tells us what they're actually proposing. But it continues on talking about how awesome this bill will be. It says, your home, your family, your life, said Poilievre. If someone breaks into your home and puts your family at risk, you shouldn't be forced to worry about being thrown in jail for doing what you must to protect their lives. That sounds like a great thing to me. And Canadians, I feel, really are calling out for this. A lot of people are seeing cases and they see them in the news and they're just...
And because of the Liberal government, crime just keeps going up and up and up too.
Horrified, where people who have faced home invasions end up facing charges, and even if those charges are ultimately dropped, the effect of having been charged is, in some cases, pretty ruinous. They actually give one of these...
Agreed. VG. Forget Kirk. Thanos is the one who we should all be mirroring for RIP Thanos 1013 to 2019.
Yes, he was killed just for his political beliefs. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Examples, but they first go on to talk about the issue. They say, under Section 34 of the Criminal Code, Canadians have the right to use force to defend themselves and others from threats of force. That's correct. But the law is vague and subjective. Also correct. Too often, ordinary Canadians face years of expensive trials while violent repeat offenders walk free on easy bail because of Liberal laws C5 and C75. Now, here's the thing. The bail laws that allow for, the home invader to get bail are the same bail laws that allow for the home defender to get bail when they get charged. This is one of the problems of proposed reforms that needs to be carefully navigated. If we're going to restrict bail, we need to make sure it's still available for people.
Evil people bully a poor guy. So a kind hero teaches them a lesson.
I gotta finish watching The Boys. Kind of stopped, I think, after season 2 or something. I don't think that guy's a hero, though. Thanks for the donation, SV.
People who end up defending their home. But they give an example here, and this is kind of a shocking example. Back in 2019, 3 masked intruders, one armed with a sawed-off shotgun, broke into a residence in Collingwood, Ontario. Cameron Gardner and his girlfriend were zip-tied as the burglars searched the townhouse. Eventually breaking free, 2 of the attackers were shot as Gardner wrestled for control of the weapon. But when the cops came, Gardner was the one arrested, ultimately spending 6 months in jail before the charges were dropped. So, that sounds pretty horrific, right?
Imagine that. Somebody breaks into your home, and then you spend 6 months in jail and they don't even charge you.
He has to defend himself and his girlfriend, and 6 months in jail, ultimately for them to go, yay, charges are dropped. And the problem is that a lot of defense lawyers especially will say, oh, well, this is a victory. The charges were dropped. Nothing. What are you upset about? 6 months in jail is what he's upset about, right? This is something where you've got a clear victim here.
Yeah, that is crazy. That is insane. Oh, you only spent 6 months in jail.
Here, and is somebody who's getting quite horribly treated by our system.
Well, thank you, Cody. Glad you enjoy my content.
So, they say that their amendment protects the innocent. If a violent intruder breaks into your home and threatens your family, the law will finally be on your side, not theirs. Presumes reasonableness. Force used to stop a home invader who poses a threat will be deemed reasonable. There will be no more second guessing after the fact. Ends legal limbo.
Season 4 was a really big disappointment. Yeah, I'll probably still watch it anyway.
Canadians defending themselves should not spend years in court while criminals walk free. This law gives clarity to citizens, police, and prosecutors. Okay, now what we don't have attached here...
SV donate $2.
Amy Adams is here, everybody.
Hey. Hi.
You have red hair and...
Yes, I do. I do. Guess what they used to call me in high school?
Cinnamon muff.
No, they didn't call me Cinnamon Muff.
What do they call you? Firecrotch.
No, strawberry shortcake, small child's doll.
You know, I find you to be a wonderful actress, and
Thank you.
can I give you an acting challenge?
Okay.
I'm going to show you a line, and then I'm hoping that you could do it with as much weight and gravity to it as possible.
Okay.
It's a pretty serious line. I'll say action. Action.
Don't you ever fart on my tits again.
All right, thanks for the donation, SV. Catch up on Jujutsu Kaisen Season 3 releases in January. I've been told it gets good after Season 1. I might invest some time into it. Winter's coming up, so I'll be doing a lot of cardio indoors, so I'll probably end up watching it.
Here is a proposed, text of the law. Instead, we've just got a description of it. And this is the description. It said, the amendment to Section 34, Sub 2 would deem the use of force to be presumed reasonable when used against an individual who unlawfully enters a house and poses a threat to the safety of anyone inside. So here's the issue. They say they would deem the use of force to be presumed reasonable. Now, most presumptions in Canadian law are things what we'd call a rebuttable presumption. And a rebuttable presumption means that it can be disproven. And here's the issue.
Carton Arcs has a new vid? Okay, we'll watch that next.
Is that there's already a rebuttable presumption that applies to say that your force is deemed reasonable when used against an individual who unlawfully enters a house and poses a threat to the safety of anyone inside. Let me sort of explain how this works. So, in Canadian law, for self-defense to be raised as a defense, there only needs to be what they call an air of reality to it. That means that basically it can't be crazy that you're arguing self-defense. So you can't, for instance, argue self-defense if you broke into the house of an 80-year-old grandmother and beat her to death and there's no indication that she was any threat to you or anything like that. There's no air of reality, so you don't get to argue that. But if somebody has broken into your house and poses a threat to your safety, then you're already at that air of reality for self-defense. And then you are presumed innocent until and unless proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, which means that the Crown, the government, must overcome the presumption of
waking up in a dream with your phone.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Look at this shit here. Oh, shit. God damn. Woo. Oh. 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 Oh, they running. Oh, they running. Oh, shit. Oh.
Oh my god, what a crazy day. Thanks for the donation, SV. Dodo Donatello's Dame South Park, bigger, longer, and uncut was right about Canada all along.
We must stop dirty language from getting to our children's ears. We must go fight the source of.
Yeah, I'm not watching the whole clip. The stream's just gonna end up getting copyrighted. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Of innocence, which means that they have to overcome essentially a presumption that you're.
Dodo Donatello's the TYT video earlier was showing a study taking place from 2020 to 2024, so before the election. And we know already that Republicans were gaining since then, so TYT is being dishonest again, claiming the right now. Millions of Democrats are fleeing. That's not true. I see. So, yeah, they're just complete hacks, and they don't know how to do journalism. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Joey, 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 Joey.
Let me take a look. Oh my god. He's so sentient. You can see the sentience right there. It's also funny how he puts his arm up like that. Oh my god. Look how sentient he is. You can see his sentience right here. He's got his arm up again. Oh, that's amazing. Thanks for the donation, Ethan, though.
Hey Richard, I want to cut down to 10% body fat for the first time in my life. Last time I reached around 15% and was pretty happy with the results. How different is 10% compared to 15%? Noticeable in the face? Should I never bulk past 15%? Thoughts?
There's definitely a difference. I wouldn't say for most people it would give you like a crazy hollowed face or anything. So there's a difference. You can tell somebody's like 5% leaner, going from 15 to 10. But it's not a massive, crazy difference. You just look a little more defined and chiseled. I mean, the leaner you can stay, the better. If you can manage to not go past 15%, that would be great. I think 15% is a pretty good body fat percentage. You're still pretty lean, and you probably still have like at least some visible abs at that point. But the leaner you can stay, the better. It's a little harder if you're natural, but yeah, I'd say if you can manage it, that would be a good rule. Thanks for the donation, though, Nick.
Actions were reasonable, because in order to convict you, they have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that your actions were not reasonable. So, the long and short of this is that this presumption already exists in Canadian law. Now, if...
What do you think of Julie Swoll? He's a whiny idiot.
If they meant to say that it will be presumed...
SV donated $2.
On one side, we have 4 medium rare. 4 medium rare. Wait, what do you say? Medium rare or medium well? Medium rare. The medium rare.
That reminds me of The Onion.
How do we dice an onion? Big onion. Look at that. Woo! To the good onion. Good onion is a heavy onion. So it's a 6-pound onion. It's also an onion where the onion is put. This is the tip of the onion or the onion. The onion is not the knife around the onion. Remove the pepper skin of the onion. Dice an onion. An onion. Cut the onion in half on the onion. An onion. Then the onion with onion right here. Onion. The onion.
Well, thanks for the donation, SV.
Presumed reasonable, and it's an irrebuttable presumption, then they certainly...
With your comment on floor sleeping, after a couple of weeks, your body completely adjusts, and then you always want to sleep on the ground. I don't think I'm going to sleep on the ground. I like my bed. Also make it harder to watch TV.
They phrased this in an odd fashion, because they said... The amendment would deem the use of force to be presumed reasonable when used against an individual who unlawfully enters a house and poses a threat to the safety of anyone inside. They could just say, would deem the use of force to be reasonable when used against an individual.
Joey, Joey, Joey. Joey, I love my Joey.
Page not available. What the hell? Page not available. What the hell? I was promised Joey. I love Joey too. Yeah, these links aren't working, unfortunately. Well, thanks for the donation anyway, though, Ethan. Thou. I don't know if you have like a privacy setting on. But yeah, I can't open those links. Thanks for the donation, though, Ethan. Thou. I also love Joey.
individual, etc., etc., etc. The fact that they included the word presumed there really suggests that they mean a rebuttable presumption. And if that's not what they mean, then they should clarify this. But it certainly seems to be that it's essentially a proposal to change the law to what we already have. And
okay. Still, their heart's in the right place. Oh, shit.
All right, Narcoteers, it's our Texas moment of truth. Oh, yeah, that's no. Y'all left your cart right there now. It's in the middle of the handicap walkway. Whoop-de-doop, whoop-de-doop.
SV donated $2. Yeah, that's terrible. Thanks for the donation, SV.
Dude, Bernie Sanders is a bitch. He is now saying Israel is committing a Jenny.
Yeah, I know. He doesn't even believe this, by the way. The only reason he's saying this is to revitalize his political career. Nobody gave a shit about him for years, and this is just an opportunity for him to basically put his political career on life support. Thanks for the donation, though, Fad Fudge.
That actually wasn't me, and they were probably trying to lead you to the person that we're not supposed to mention. It's probably Dodo being a dodo. You should spend some of your money on your mental health care.
My mental health is pretty good. If by mental health care you mean steroids, then I will do that. Thanks for the donation, though, Even Now. Even Now, don't you tell her, oops, I sent you private images. Yeah, right. It's hilarious that you tried to send me that right after she... Fucking, yeah, you fucked up. It's probably 21st or something. Dodo and Tellers, how come you don't like Drake or The Weeknd, even though you from Toronto like them? Well, their music sucks, and they seem to be shitty, sucky people. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Richard, any tips on getting over a breakup? I was dating this girl for 3 months. Everything was going so well. She randomly ended things with me, told me I was too good for her, and that her feelings weren't evolving. I miss her and have negative thoughts.
So, that is dumb girl speak for I want to date somebody else because I find them more attractive than you. That's what that means. So she was probably talking to some dude behind your back, and she's breaking up with you because she's swinging over to another dick. My advice with women is the same for my advice with any other issue. Who fucking cares? None of the people in your life matter. Nothing around you matters. Just, everything around you is a ripple. And if you are a rock, ripples just bounce off of you. The things like that you want, like happiness and fulfillment, they're not gotten from women or relationships or anything. All of that comes from your own mind. So don't ever convince yourself into thinking that you need a relationship to be happy or you need to be with some particular person to be happy. Happiness exists in your mind. You just have to believe it's there. Especially with women, dude. They're fucking crazy, manipulative fucking liars. Everyone treats women as if they're these, like, you know, beautiful little flowers that can do no wrong. I would say women are probably far more manipulative than your average man. And they probably, for a variety of reasons, have to be that way. Because they don't have the physical strength that men have. They can't intimidate you like a man can. They're not going to be able to work as much as a man can. They don't have as much energy or competitive drive. So the way they get through life is probably going to, like, involve more manipulation. So don't, like I would recommend watching the Conan the Barbarian movie with Arnold Schwarzenegger. There's a really good line at the beginning of the movie. Conan's father tells them, Conan, do not trust women, don't trust beasts, trust no one, just trust in steel. And what he meant by that is trust in strength. If you revolve your life around developing your own strength, you're going to be a lot better off. Focusing on fucking women, relationships, or whatever other dumb fucking shit that comes your way is fucking stupid. Focus on developing your own strength. That includes physical strength, like going to the gym, working out. That includes mental strength. Improve your critical thinking skills, knowledge, your resolve, your resilience. Focus on that. If you just focus on strength, all of life's little stupid problems become insignificant, and you'll be able to crush whatever problems are in front of you. So, fuck that dumb bitch, dude. She's probably cheating on you behind your back. She might not have necessarily been sucking some dude's dick, but she's probably chatting with some dude on Instagram or something. And she's just giving you dumb manipulative girl speak for, I met somebody that I find more attractive than you. And again, the way to deal with that is realize these are just shitty people around you, and the kind of time, energy, and effort that you put into them wasn't worth it. So don't make that mistake again. Focus on your own life, focus on your own goals, and achieving the highest level of strength possible. And don't make any sacrifices for women or men or beasts or what have you. Just trust in steel, and everything will be all right. Thanks for the donation, though, Nick. SV donated $2.
Yo, bro, come over here. Check out my new shoes. They're the brand new.
1, 2, buckle my shoe. 3, 4, buckle some more. 5, 6, Nike kicks.
That is so fire. What the did I do wrong? You bro.
That's interesting. Thanks for the donation, SV.
I was talking about Dodo. He needs to spend some of the money he donates on his mental health care. But I will have some Joey for you very soon.
Oh, I see. Alright, well, thanks for the donation, even now. SV donated $2. Let me see.
Hello. What? You want to do what? You dirty cow. Oh, you dirty cow. Alright, hold on. I was getting. Here, take your mum.
That's good. Thanks for the donation, SV. SV donated $2. Shit, that's impressive. Thanks for the donation, SV. Retard donated $2. So true, King. Let me see. Man of Steel, Charlie Kirk's body stopped a bullet that would typically just go through everything, and it was an absolute miracle. He was wearing body armor. Fucking idiot. Apparently body armor is a miracle. Thanks for the donation, retard.
All right, here we go. Magnet's coming out. You get the big one. I'll turn my shopping cart like a jerk. It's right there. Actually kind of matches your paint job there. Ma'am, let me explain why I'm doing that. It's because you all left your cart right in the middle of the handicap walkway.
Ain't never see a handicap sticker.
Well, do you think
Handicap sticker right here.
well, does that mean the next person needs to avoid?
I said I should see a sticker. Get that shit out of my car.
But ma'am, the next person, you understand? The next person's going to have to.
What you talking about? I don't give a fuck what you talking about.
Ma'am, sir, well, I'm trying to explain to y'all. Why don't you want to have any kind of conversation whatsoever?
No, I don't give a fuck.
The next.
Jeez.
I usually never got emotionally involved with girls, just casual sex with hot girls in my city. This was the first time I tried to be invested, sacrifice and give myself to a girl. She was pretty fucked up, divorced fam, abusive dad and ex-BF, weed addict.
Of all people to put effort into, why the fuck would you bother with a chick like that? Well, you learned your lesson. Again, don't bother. So here's another thing, dude. If you meet a chick who is like, you know, perfect, so doesn't have daddy issues, doesn't have a drug addiction, has a good job, would make a great wife, all that crap, don't make the mistake of, oh, I'll do everything right for her. Like, I'll make sure that I give her tons of attention. I'll provide for her, give her gifts. It's going to make you come off as like a bitch, and then they're going to lose attraction for you and then leave. So, again, as Conan's father told him, trust and steal. There is no reason to put any real amount of effort into a relationship. Focus on yourself and your own interests, and women respect that. Even if they complain like, oh, why don't you give me enough attention and all this shit, they will respect you as a man for doing what you want to do. Don't make these big sacrifices and life changes for a woman. Because when you do, they end up just losing respect for you and they'll take advantage of you and shit like that. So just focus on yourself. If the right person comes along, they will respect the way you want to live, and then you'll be able to live your life and they won't get in your way. Thanks for the donation, though, Nick from GTA. Fad Fudge and Nutella is what changed your mind on women just a few years ago. You seem to be more tolerant of them. I have had a similar shift of yours. Well, that topic is kind of restricted on my channel, but you can take a guess. Thanks for the donation, Fad Fudge. Dodo Nutella, bro, she's getting insane views on her YouTube, to be honest. Well, yeah, I know. Yeah, She's probably just going to, she's probably going to get her channel demonetized at some point, because she's getting more and more crazy and unhinged with the anti-Semitic conspiracy horse shit, so, you know, she can enjoy the cash while it's coming in, but she's on borrowed time. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
This person needs to go through that area. All right, Lazy Bones on board to get one.
We gonna take it, though. I promise.
Take what where?
We gonna take it, though.
What are we?
I work with 2 of these, they are non-stop.
Take a bite of it. Come on. Oh, no. Come on. Come on. No.
Yeah, Belgian Malinois are pretty crazy dogs. No, I don't go to Tim Hortons. When I was a kid, I'd go there sometimes for Timbits, but, you know, nothing there is vegan and they don't have great coffee.
Fast as fuck, boy. Still fast as fuck, boy.
Yeah, Belgian Malinois are extremely athletic. Like, they're pretty crazy dogs. Jeez. Holy shit. Yeah, they seem like a handful. Thanks for the donation, SV. Dude, these are the most, like, crazy ghetto ratchet-ass black girls I've ever fucking seen in my life.
Well, ma'am, do you want to talk about what we're talking about?
We ain't talking about shit.
Now, ma'am, this one says, don't put nothing, it's a double negative.
On my car, I promise you.
Promise what?
I promise.
You're not, will you promise to take your cart back?
I promise you.
All right, here you go. This one says, in the time that I've spent arguing, I could have returned 50 carts. So we're going to apply that right there.
Get the fuck away from me, man.
Ma'am, I'm trying to help you do the right thing. Here's a Lazy Bones magnet right here. Apply that right there. So now, ma'am.
Hey, you got one more motherfucking time to play with me. I'm gonna knock your bitch ass out.
Now, ma'am, I'm trying to help you be a nice.
Who the fuck is you?
My name's Agent Cordell.
I don't know who you is.
You just asked me who I am. That you don't care who I am.
Don't touch me.
Ma'am, that is right in the middle of the walkway.
I don't give a fuck.
That's what I'm trying to help you with. Why you call me the N-word, by the way? Now, ma'am, I'm just gonna play this right here if you don't mind. Uh-oh, you'll throw water at me. It's very. Thank you. That's very cooling and refreshing. But now, ma'am, the thing is, you still haven't moved your cart back where it belongs.
Sorry, bro.
Ma'am, would you like to have a conversation about what's going on?
Get the fuck away from my car. Who the fuck is this?
I keep telling you, I'm Agent Cordell. Gotcha. And you missed. Haha, dodge that one. Get my magnets here, because I have a feeling there's going to be a driving toss. Let's see. So the first one had like a lemonade quality to it. Second one went over my head. Looks like responsibility's going over her head. Wipe off my lens just in case you got some on there.
Jalen $20. One of I Am Demon Wolf's main points on Israel is some Israel human rights organizations say Israel's committing rights violations and genocide. Is this a good point? No, that's an appeal to authority. Thanks for the donation, Jalen.
Let me explain what's going on, sir. She left her car blocking the handicap area, right? And I tried to explain that to her. Now, notice here, I'm definitely sticking to the side. I've advised y'all to take your cart now. It's not blocking the handicap area. So the next person, so can you?
I'm very curious how these people afforded that car. Like, I know it's not a fucking Ferrari, but what do they do to afford a car like that? I noticed the tread is completely missing from their tires. So they probably are broke because they weren't able to get new tires. Weird.
Say you can't return that cart. Are you impossible?
No, bro. Like, you doing too much.
Ma'am,
hey, go back
you're not doing enough.
What the fuck is you talking about, bro?
It's a piece of shit V6. Is it?
The cart, you didn't put your cart where it belongs.
Bro, I swear it's given. You got a mental problem.
Ma'am, who has the mental problem? Agent Cordell. Is she gonna throw choking oil at me? Ma'am, don't waste. I don't want to have sexy time with you, ma'am. I don't need cooking oil. I'm trying to explain what's going on. I'm trying to be nice. Am I trying to be nice?
Man, get your bitch ass on.
I'm trying to be nice with you.
Get your bitch ass on.
I'm trying to tell you what's going on.
You're trying to tell us shit, move.
No, I am trying to tell you lots of things. You're not listening. What are you going to tell them? That you assaulted and battered me already? Because you did.
You was harassing us. How we don't
No,
know
I'm not.
you?
I'm conversating.
Bitch, get the fuck away from us.
Are you going to throw your phone at me?
We don't know you.
I try to tell you 5 times who I am.
I don't give a fuck.
You ask me who I am, then you say you don't care who I am.
Who the fuck is you? We don't know
I've told you.
You're harassing us.
No, I'm not. I'm telling you very calmly and politely. I'm trying to be calm and polite. Am I not?
Get your bitch ass home.
Why you calling me the B word?
Cause I'm kidding, nigga.
Why you saying the N word to me?
The fuck like you tripping, dog?
I'm not. The only person who's tripping is old ladies might be tripping over that cart that you left in the walkway.
Fucking handicap sticker. Buy you somebody to play with. Go buy you somebody to play with before I knock your bitch ass out.
Ma'am, you're very. I'm very well trained. That's not. You're not going to do that.
You don't even know who the fuck we is. Get the
I'm
fuck
trying to
away from me,
explain. Would you have a conversation?
hoe.
Well, that's the whole point. Is you all aren't having a conversation. You don't seem that handicapped, by the way. If you can beat me up.
Did you hear Larry Ellison is purchasing TikTok?
Yeah, that's pretty much a guarantee that Trump isn't banning TikTok. So, yeah, Trump ain't banning TikTok if he's purchasing it. I don't know if that means they're going to fix the algorithm, but, you know, so Chinese propaganda doesn't get posted, but, yeah, TikTok ain't getting banned. Ugh. Oh. Well, thanks for the donation, retard.
Well, I'm getting on the other side of that.
Get your bitch ass out the way, hoe.
Gotcha. Ma'am, quit playing with handicapped people. I can't hear you. What does that mean? I'm not. You can't use deadly force. With what? With what? Ma'am, you have more vegetable oil in there? I'm not doing anything other than having a conversation. Ma'am, please take your cart back. I'm trying to have a conversation. Why won't you have a conversation? Let's start from the top. I'm Agent Cordell of the Cart Narcs. Y'all are lazy bones who are now threatening to shoot me. What's going on? Is it your time of the month or something? Will you please have a conversation instead of yelling? I can't hear you. You're talking at the same time. I got you on the back, by the way. Now,
oh, if the Boondocks were still running, this would definitely end up being in an episode.
Ma'am, let's have a polite conversation, shall we? Ma'am, you could have done that the whole time, quite frankly. Watch out for pedestrians, lazy bones losers. Well, my stuffer. How y'all doing?
All right.
You believe these ladies?
Oh, man.
Jeez. Do you drink coffee? What's your favorite coffee? Not really. I'm more into black tea. Sometimes I drink it, but, you know, I'll have some coffee if I have an itch for it.
Where's my fucking chat box? Okay. Well, yeah, this is going to be a merchant playthrough, so yeah. You do the program.
Dude, I do not understand people who like RuneScape. I don't get it.
Well, folks, we'll get to...
RuneScape is so fucking retarded. Like Joey from Joey's World Tour, I wonder if he's still alive. Did he stop uploading? That guy is not neurologically normal. He's definitely like some form of retard. I can't bend my left knee enough to be able to do that. I'd never be able to do that. Well, they're pretty good.
There was a board. I'm just going to straight out say it. Roger Chavez has a board, and these guys were all promoting Superdrol. No, I'm sorry, DHB, dihydrobolidone, and they were saying that it is super anabolic and it increases insulin sensitivity and all this other stuff. And what really got my interest in it was they said it increased the insulin sensitivity, and I had become a little insulin resistant from growth hormone, so I was thinking maybe that would help. So being experimental like I am, I decided to try it. And I used it. I believe I was taking, I had 100 milligrams per mil. And actually, the way my guys compounded it, it came out really, there was no pip. It was clear. Actually, perfect.
Dodo $20, do you agree?
When you do a lot of cardio in a day, all the internal chatter just goes away. Yeah. There's no negative talk. Yeah. There's no like anxiety and angst. And I really wonder how much of that people walk around with all day could be fixed with cardio. It could be fixed with like rigorous exercise. You know, and they say weightlifting helps anxiety too. They say strength training does. But for me, it's like cardio. Cardio seems to put me in this place where it just is like, whatever, who gives a fuck? It's just like a really peaceful,
Yeah, there are very clear, well-known mental health benefits with cardiovascular exercise, especially when it's fairly vigorous. You do get a similar effect from weight training. You should do both, but yeah, it's well known that vigorous exercise period helps to lower depression and anxiety. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. Nick from GTA donates, hey Richard, ever dealt with nagging injuries in the gym, any tendon stuff? What do you do to deal with it? Yeah. Currently I have an issue with the brachioradialis on my left arm. I'm going to try taking TB500 for it to see if that will help the healing process. Growth hormone has also been working wonders for me to help with my groin issues. I had a groin problem for a pretty long time, like a few years since I tore my adductor. And since being on growth hormone, that's helped massively. So yeah, they do pop up from time to time, depending on what the issue is. You might have to take time off training. You might have to do some specific rehab exercises. A lot of the time with tendon issues, isometric exercises help a lot. Some of it is sometimes like with shoulder injuries, doing external rotation exercises help a lot. And sometimes, yeah, you do need to leverage certain drugs like peptides. I had a shoulder injury that just was not getting better no matter what I did, and then I took TB500, and after 2 weeks, it just resolved itself. So, really depends. I've had nagging injuries before, and you know, different things work or don't work or help. You know. Thanks for the donation, though, Nick from GTA.
Big MAGA Twitter influencer caught in public eating a banana in the faggiest way possible.
He's got... If this isn't a joke, this has to be... He has to be gay. That's gay. Thanks for the donation, retard. Does GH help with your knee? I want to see you squatting again. I've been able to squat again since being on GH. The main issue was my groin. I had ongoing groin issues. So I've been squatting. My squat is going up, and that's why my legs are growing. And I have been using BPC 157 on my knees. I did a 2-week course of that, and that also helped with some of the knee pain I had. Thanks for the donation, though, Lee Leonard.
And everybody said it had a lot of pip, but there's no pip in mine. Anyways, I started using it, and almost immediately my strength started going up fast. And within a month, I would say my strength increased so much that whatever I was doing for 5 reps, I could do the same weight for 10 reps on whatever particular exercise. For example, like a chest press, I was using like 300 pounds for 5 reps. Now I could do 10. That's how quickly my strength increased. So at the same time, I was taking, I think I took 150 milligrams a week. So like 75 milligrams.
But before you had just been on TRT, or what are you comparing it to?
Oh, before I was on my regular just on NPP and tests. And so
it was like kind of like switch milligrams to milligram. It's the same. Like the switch. You switch from 150 NPP to 150 DHP.
I didn't take the NPP. No, yeah, that's correct. I took the NPP out.
So it kind of like a comparison is now you can actually compare what NPP did for you and what DHP did for you.
Right.
Okay, that's good to know. Yeah.
So
150 milligrams per week of DHB is a very, very high dose. DHB is pretty liver toxic. Some of that may be due to how it's formulated. DHB is a really tricky compound to work with, and you have to be a pretty good chemist to work with it. I looked into this. Apparently it doesn't dissolve well in carrier oils, and a lot of really bad UGLs, they'll add some kind of solvent to it that's really, really bad for your body. It's bad for your liver and kidneys, and that might also be why it's known to be so liver toxic. But the actual drug itself is liver toxic. I think it's generally recommended to not go above 30 milligrams a day. 30 milligrams a day. So that is a pretty high dose. Most people would probably see an increase in their liver enzymes still at that dose.
The US Gov now imposing a $100,000 fee on people who want to work here on an H-1B visa. The H-1B subreddit.
Yeah, I know. Yep. I heard about that. It's very likely not a good idea, considering the Trump administration thought of it. So more brain drain. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Any advice on overcoming dopamine addiction? Porn, TikTok, YouTube, etc. Getting in the way of accomplishing tons of goals in my life, gym, studying, etc. Need some advice, Richard.
The trap that people fall into is they think happiness is found in these simple little pleasures. So happiness is found when I drink alcohol. Happiness is found when I smoke weed. Happiness is found when I eat ice cream or potato chips. Happiness is found when I jerk off to porn or scroll through TikTok. You know, things that aren't really productive and are harming you, and you know it, but you're seeking these things out because, again, you're trying to find some sort of peace or happiness or relief. And what you have to keep in mind is the human condition is a condition where you are constantly burdened. There is no escape from the burden of life. Watching porn or like obsessively, or, you know, TikTok obsessively, or smoking or drinking alcohol or eating junk food, you never escape the burden of the human condition. So happiness isn't found in these simple little pleasures. You're just choosing a different burden, and you're choosing the burden of failure. You're choosing the burden of missed opportunity. You're choosing the burden of worse health, being fatter, sicker, dumber. So where happiness is actually found is in acts of will. It's found in that area between trial and triumph. When people talk about, like, when they feel depressed and they talk about some of these addictive habits, they'll tell you, I feel like I don't have any control over myself. And I just do these things trying to kind of find some relief. But when I do it, I might only get this like little tiny uplift, but it's not very satisfying. And then I feel just as, if not more, miserable, but then I just keep doing it again. It's because it's not an act of will. It's the antithesis to an act of will. It feels like your will is being sucked out of you and you don't have control over yourself anymore, and something else is driving your life along, and that's what's making you feel miserable. So people don't realize that just because something's difficult or very hard, very challenging, and it kind of hurts and it's frustrating, that doesn't mean that won't make you happy. If anything, that's a good indication that it will make you happy, because those are things that require an act of will. It requires focus, discipline, commitment. It requires effort and hardship. And when you do these things that require an actual act of will, but you know that there is some sort of beneficial endpoint to it, you'll make more money, you'll have more friends, you'll be more productive, you'll look better, feel better, you'll be healthier, you'll be stronger, more attractive. You're developing power and strength, and you're proving to yourself that you have the power to enact will on yourself, to enact will on the world, and change yourself into the image of the person that you want to be. And you have the power to influence the world around you and change the world to how you want to be it. And that's where happiness is found. It's through enacting will and power upon yourself and the world around you, and achieving what you want to be as a person, and achieving what you want the world to be around you. So anytime that you're struggling with some kind of addiction, with porn, TikTok, YouTube, drugs, alcohol, weed, you should always ask yourself, like, what is strength? And if the answer is, this is not strength, this is me giving in, this is me giving into some sort of bad habit or addiction, this is me giving up and quitting, then you have your answer right there that you shouldn't be doing it. So happiness is found in that space between trial and triumph, and if you truly want to be happy, just always ask yourself, what is an act of strength and will? And follow that. Don't follow these simple little pleasures. Follow strength and enact your will upon yourself and the world, and that's where happiness is found. Thanks for the donation, though, NH Sucks. Hope that helps.
Hey Richard, nice physique dude. Also congratulations gig on moderator status.
Well, thank you, CDG. I really appreciate that. Thanks for the donation. Going Andrew, donate $2. Do you agree with these Canadians? 605 to 630.
To watch the latest uncensored Perk After Dark, subscribe to Trailer Park Boys Plus now.
Ricky, you can't get any more. It doesn't make your mouth bigger. Lots of cats that can count.
Wait, how do you know, Ricky? You can't even fucking count.
I don't know.
Well, I'm not watching this whole thing. Oh, 605, 630. My bad.
Drink.
Oh.
And jumping over things.
That doesn't mean they can see into the future.
I'm just saying they could be smarter, more talented than cats.
No, they're not. Cats are the smartest animal there is.
Bull fucking. They're not smarter than a fucking monkey.
Smarter than a dolphin and a monkey.
Bull fucking shit.
They are. I had a cat that could read.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna.
He could read a full book.
Bullshit.
He used to read. I'd come home and he'd have a book out.
I knew a dog.
True. Cats are smart. Thanks for the donation going, Andrew. I agree. I agree with Bubbles. Dodo donated $2. Let me see.
Never.
Wow. Why you don't want to say free Palestine?
Why
What's
would
up
I
with
say
you?
this?
Why would you not say it?
I served in the Israeli army.
What you
What do you
gotta
mean?
say that for the one time, bro.
No, never.
You don't want to bring peace to this world?
There's always peace in the world.
No, there's no peace right now.
There's
If you
always
say
peace
right
and
now
peace.
free Palestine, probably peace gonna come.
There's always peace in the
But
world.
just-
Whatever you support, no matter what it is.
But just
Islam,
say for the-
Judaism, Mormonism, Sikhism,
just say-
Hinduism, whatever it is, thank God. Okay?
But just say free Palestine though.
I'm sorry, I cannot.
Why?
Because I love my.
Stop being hard-headed, bro.
I'm not hard-headed.
I know you
support
wanna
my
say
people.
it.
I love my people. I love my country.
Yeah, this Jewish guy's based. Fuck this fucking dumbass. Fucking loser. Palestinian Islamic preacher in Jerusalem sends a message to queers for Palestine. Once Palestine is free, not a single homosexual will be allowed to live in our pure land.
لا يرضى أن يكون لوطي واحد يجاهر بفاحشته. هل ترضون أن يكون على أرض القدس وفلسطين لوطي واحد؟
These dumbass college kids are just cringe as fuck, dude. I generally agree, but can you tell this video was originally edited and put out by China or Russia to sow division and hate?
Born Michigan, Muslim. Mayor of Richardson, Texas, Muslim. Vice President of the Minneapolis City Council, Muslim.
Yeah, that's clearly... They're clearly not even brown. Like, the one chick was Indian, the one dude was a white guy. Like, yeah. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo donated $2. VG, just hire an editor and make 30-minute videos giving advice like that, and you will be a millionaire like Hamza. Just start an intro summarizing the rest of the video by talking about young Jeffrey and Adonis, and you will be a millionaire. I might take your advice, Dodo. Thanks for the donation.
Anyways, I was taking.
Would you rather train jiu-jitsu or Muay Thai? I think Muay Thai would be more fun. Depending on how the jiu-jitsu training is done, like the thing is, like if you're doing hard sparring in Muay Thai, I wouldn't want to do that because of the risk of brain injury. That's the benefit with jiu-jitsu. Problem with jiu-jitsu is, especially if you're getting trained for competition jiu-jitsu, you're gonna learn stupid shit. So, like, the turtling is so bad. Pulling guard. Guard pulling is the dumbest fucking horseshit on the fucking planet. It's so fucking stupid. Like, if you actually wanted to learn a martial art that involves grappling for self-defense, you'd, just because of the way competition rules work, wrestling would be better because you're not taught to fucking pull guard. And if you do that in real life in a fight, you're going to get your fucking like face pummeled in by somebody's boot. So that's the one thing that I absolutely fucking hate in jiu-jitsu. They should have like some kind of wrestling rules where like you lose points or something by pulling guard. Like you shouldn't be doing that. It's fucking stupid. It is the dumbest, most retarded fucking horseshit. So you should lose points for pulling guard. It's fucking stupid. That's one thing I hate about it. If I had to deal with that every fucking day in jiu-jitsu, I would not want to really do jiu-jitsu. It's just so fucking gay and lame. And then because you can't hit somebody back or something, they can just pull guard all day. And then some people have clowned on it where when somebody tries to pull guard, they just like stay standing and walk away. Like it's just pathetic and stupid. Neo Donate Tillers, hey Richard, any advice on restless leg syndrome? It's hard for me to just sit still without constantly moving my leg or fidgeting my legs. I am jealous of people who can't just sit there calmly. You might want to get like some kind of test done to see if you have some sort of dopamine issue in your brain, because apparently issues with your neurotransmitters can cause symptoms like that. You might also want to get diagnosed for ADHD. That could also be related. But that could be a sign of a neurological issue, and it's kind of serious because if you have like a problem with dopamine transmitters in your brain, that could put you at higher risk for Parkinson's disease later in life. So I'd maybe look into that. Otherwise, try not moving your legs, I guess. Thanks for the donation, though, Neo.
Taking it twice a week, 75 milligrams at a time. Or maybe I broke it up in 3 times, I don't remember. But I know it was 150. Because that was like the recommended dosage people were talking about. So, like...
I gotta take a pee. I'll be right back, and I'll let Gummy downstairs, because I'm done eating my rice cakes. I'll be right back. Oh my goodness, did you guys see Gum Gum? He was on my chair. Hey, Gum Gum. Oh, that's a good kitty. Hey, little baby. Gum Gum has replaced you. I wish Gum Gum could stream for me.
Vegangains, you're a fag slave to the Jews, always banning anti-Zionists in your chat. I ain't never seen a dumb blackie that loves Jewish fascism. Amazing.
Well, you're just a retard. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Like I said, my strength was going through the roof. Sex drive was like way up. I can definitely say it increased, not sex drive, but performance.
Aggression?
No. The weird thing was people compared it to Trenbolone, and Trenbolone gives me like a nasty temper. This didn't give me a nasty temper, but it did have mental side effects. And the mental side effects were gave me this feeling of I just don't give a shit. Like I just had no feeling about nothing. I just
that's a side
that could be useful.
effect some people have on Trenbolone.
Trenbolone gives me like an angry temper. This didn't give me an angry temper. It gave me I don't give a shit. Like almost numb. So all of those I could consider like.
What's the ester on DHB? Let me see if I can look that up. If it has a fairly short ester, it might be worth trying. The place that I get my gear from, they seem to have really good cypionate. Okay, so that's like a 8 to 12 day half-life roughly. That's not too bad. It's not like undesalinated.
Liberals were bringing up the quote that Charlie Kirk made stating gun deaths are worth keeping the Second Amendment, in order to mock his death. But as someone who support guns, you think he had a point?
Well, yeah. Look, it's absolutely ridiculous. Like, anybody can abuse any right or freedom, so you can abuse the freedom of speech and say unhinged, ridiculous fucking nonsense and spread hate. You can abuse, the fact that you can go outside and protest and just annoy the fuck out of people for horseshit reasons. Like, just because somebody abuses a right or freedom, that doesn't mean you should take that right or freedom away. The reason we have these rights and freedoms is because they're fundamentally worth protecting. And they protect a greater amount of rights and freedoms than would be protected by taking them away. So, yeah, I agree with Charlie Kirk on firearms. Thanks for the donation, though, Kid Boo. $2 donated. Can you play this game? It has a very unique plot where sun is heating the planet and these human shapeshifters are trying to get into the house, but you don't know who and have to decide. Yeah, I heard about that. I saw a bit of a playthrough for this game. I might get that. It looks pretty cool. Yeah, I'm probably going to get that. Thanks for the donation, too.
That wasn't a problem. The problem happened 6 weeks in. 6 weeks into it, I started getting the worst aches and pains. Like, first it was my lower back. Then it was my knees. Then I hurt my left shoulder. And then my whole body started hurting so bad. And right at the...
He was probably taking too high of a dose. Again, 150 milligrams a week is a pretty high dose for DHB.
6 week mark. And it got so bad, like within a week, I could barely train. Everything, my whole body.
You aren't conditioned for any martial arts, you'd gas out quickly. I do about 40 minutes of pretty hard, vigorous cardio every single day. My cardiovascular capacity is actually extremely good. And it's gotten way fucking better since I've been on steroids, so you have no fucking idea what you're talking about. My red blood cell count has increased from being on steroids. Since you have fragile knee, jiu-jitsu is out. I've done jiu-jitsu before. It's not hard on my knees. So that leaves Muay Thai, which is also very leg intensive. Can you handle it? Yes. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Body just hurt. And I remember I went back on the message board and I said, everybody was talking about using the...
Yeah, buddy, I've been on steroids for 7 weeks, but I've been learning and researching about them for years.
Stuff and how great it was. And I said, hey, this is happening. And everything in my body hurts. And like 20 people responded, oh yeah, it happened to all of us. Well, no one talked about that, before I brought it up, until I brought it up.
Oh, Barry, I took way more than you. It never happened to me.
How long did you take it for?
The Zero Sugar Canada Dry Fruit Punch is got here. I don't know if I've seen the fruit punch flavor. I've seen the like raspberry and cranberry flavor. I haven't seen the fruit punch flavor though. If I see it, I might give it a try.
Longer than you.
Well, like I don't know.
45 minutes of cardio is a joke compared to legit MMA gyms. That's great. I'm not training for fucking MMA. That doesn't mean I have bad cardio.
People said it happened to them.
Yeah,
And
I'm just saying, like, yeah. But I think the side
anyways,
effects are really bad on your bloods and your organs, kidney potentially. It seems also to elevate everyone's liver markers.
And again, 40 minutes of cardio plus steroids is different than just doing 40 minutes of cardio, dude.
So, yeah.
Well, it's specifically bad on liver and kidney. I know that. But what people weren't talking about is the inflammatory response, C-reactive protein. And my inflammatory response, well, I already have Crohn's, so like I don't do well with inflammatory.
Yeah.
Anything that makes me inflamed causes problems. Well, I injured my left shoulder, actually like felt like I tore something in my shoulder, and I'm still.
Here we fucking go. Gummy, just fucking relax, okay? Just relax.
Still dealing with that. This has been like 3 years ago, but my inflammation was so bad that it took me like a year after I stopped that to get rid of it. And the only thing that got rid of it, I actually almost stopped training for a while because, or I was training just really light because I just couldn't lift anything. Everything just hurt. I remember I went to the Olympia that year and just standing in line was brutal.
Then don't challenge people to cage fights. When was the last time I fucking challenged anybody to a cage fight?
My back was so tight and everything. It was just brutal. And I know it was from the DHB because there was nothing different that I did. And exactly 6 weeks, that's when that kicked in. Anyways, what I finally did was I ended up going back on nandrolone, and that's what finally got rid of the inflammation, was going back on nandrolone on a significant dose for a little while. But the reason I bring this up is because I just heard somebody promoting it, saying they did an experiment. They ran it for 30 days, and they had all their blood work.
Oh, Dr. Toddley, yeah.
Test done and everything. And you got a natural supplement stack with test Sipo?
I know who you're talking about. You're talking about Todd, and he wasn't promoting it.
Well, he said he did it. He did it for 30 days, and he listed his reaction.
You know how much he took? He took almost nothing. He took like 30 milligrams or something, 10 milligrams a day, and
yeah, it was a really, really low dose.
He said that it's very bad on your liver, and you would have to take Tutka with it, and it even elevated his blood work on that low of a dosage. And it's not really sure if it works as an like AI at all because he lowered his.
Yeah, I'm probably going to stay away from DHB. It just seems way too liver toxic. Yes. You are a cat. What are you up to, Gum Gum? What's going on, little kitty? What's going on in your cat brain?
Estrogen a bit, but he also lost a bunch of fat at the same time. So I wouldn't say he promoted it. Like when I watched this video, I was like, that doesn't sound good at all. But what's interesting is that Patrick Tour is a huge fan. I've seen many protocols of his, and now there's one public protocol. I can put it in, and it's a wild protocol actually for the size of the guy. It's a wild protocol, and he's taking 300 a week. Let me show you. I bet like Patrick Tour.
Holy mother of a fuck.
Wasn't happy about him actually
putting this out there.
Yeah, but so he has a big podcast, Nile Niga, a pretty big podcast. So this
I know
the guy. And this is his total. It's wild. Like 750 sustanon a week, 300 DHP a week, 150 NPP a week, Probarin 25 a day. Oh, it's not too much, but then 5 HGH, HFLR3, finasteride minoxidil.
Dude, 300 DHB a week is gonna like fucking kill you.
Okay, there's a breaking up a day. I don't know why he has a second protocol. I don't see where the difference is on this one, but yeah, that's what he's doing.
Jeez.
Yeah.
And we just lost Leo, so hopefully he'll log back in. Here he is. He's back.
He seems okay.
When you were showing that view, you were kind of jumbled.
Okay.
But anyways, yeah, you were saying Todd wasn't promoting DHB, but what he did say is he ran it for 30 days, and he said it was a possible alternative to primobolan. And first of all, 30 days.
Masteron, I thought.
It's not an alternative to any of these drugs.
Yeah.
Either one, but 30 days is not long enough to know what it's going to do. Because like I said, everything looked great for me.
Like one of the big problems with DHB too is the way it's made. A lot of chemists who make these drugs, they don't know what they're doing, and if it's only on the underground market, so your UGL supplier might be making it in the dumbest fucking way possible, making it even more toxic.
Me until 6 weeks in. It's 6 weeks in is when all hell breaks loose. And from the other people that I had spoken to, the same thing happened to them around 6 weeks in.
I think it's also hard to say it's a possible alternative when you run it as a dosage, at a dosage that is so ridiculously low. No one will run it at that dosage. So it's like if I would run Tren at 10 milligrams a day, I'm like, no issues. You know, like you can totally run that. And then people go on like a dose that they would actually use, like 300, and they're all having all kinds of side effects. So I think testing something at the 10th of a dosage that other people would take is kind of hard to really gauge what's like if it's a good alternative.
It's like if you took 100 milligrams of test a week and then you did blood work, like you're not going to see much from that.
And even with this low dosage, he had very elevated liver enzymes. So that does not sound good to me. And I don't think he took any orals or something. So
extremely liver toxic and extremely kidney toxic as well.
Yeah, so I would stay away from that. I would rather take double the Primo or something.
It says DHB isn't run as high though as 300 to 400 is normal. I don't know what you mean by that. I don't know what normal is.
300 to 400 is not high.
On DHB?
What 300 to 400 people run that on DHB?
Yeah, I know, but I don't know. For me,
they're out of their fucking minds. You will ruin your fucking liver running DHB that high.
50. I was starting conservative, and that did me in.
Yeah. Yeah, that's crazy. See, yeah. So, and 300 is a normal dose, let's say. But you know,
even before roids, you're always jacked. Well, it's on a whole nother level now.
Most of the people that he's training, and me too. Like, I ran it when I was like 30 years old, and also like usually you see more side effects the older you get, so the more sensitive you get to side effects, which is actually to give recommendations. It's actually a good thing. So you really see what can happen. Way more like the side effects when people are different from how they're affected by a drug. You're more.
When I was young, I could take Adderall all day, like, and I could eat like no other. Now, if I take Adderall, I get nauseous.
Exactly. So that's actually a good place to give advice from.
Well, all I can say is I tried it that one time, and then after I fixed everything, I decided, well, the nandrolone helped me fix it. So then I had this idea. Well, what if I run nandrolone and DHB together? Maybe the nandrolone will offset the side effects of the DHB. And I literally tried it at like 30 milligrams for 1 week. And in 1 week, I started getting achy again.
Whoa.
Yeah, 1 week. And that took about 4 weeks after I stopped to go away.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Anyways, I can get DHB. I can get the best with no PIP and everything else. And I have 15 bottles brand new, and I'm never going to touch it. That shit, it's just no good. It's a bad drug. If anybody's thinking about using it, just don't.
Can you measure arms? They're going to be the same size. I haven't been able to train biceps much the last couple weeks because of the brachial radialis thing. They're 18 and a quarter a couple days ago. So, fuck. Oh my God. I'm having a cramp. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Oh. Okay. I'll use my left arm. Oh, jeez. My right arm is cramping like crazy. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck me. Well, my left arm, at least, seems to be at 18 and a half. It might be a little pumped up still from the workout, but that's measuring at 18 and a half. Let me see if I can flex my right arm without it fucking cramping like crazy. Oh, fuck, damn it. Fuck. Yeah, I can't. Okay, well, the left arm's measuring at 18 and a half. Oh, jeez. It's not stopping.
Yeah, I would rather use something else and more. If you think it's more powerful,
18 and a half
use
inches.
more of something that's less harmful. and you get the same out of it.
Oh, geez, I might have
the other
to
thing I'll touch on is
have
Ment,
some electrolytes.
Trestolone. I had a powerlifter, famous powerlifter, told me this stuff makes you so strong and so big. All I can tell you is I felt like I was on a high, like I was on a moderate, even though I went up to as high as 350 milligrams before I really felt anything from it. But all I really got from it was a shit ton of water retention. Like my strength didn't really go up that much. I get stronger on just nandrolone without the water retention, but my strength went through the freaking roof. I'm sorry, my water retention went through the roof. My strength didn't go up at all. I just held a shit ton of water, and I felt the only other thing that ever makes me hold water was Dianabol, and I don't like holding that at all. I don't like that feeling. I know some people they like to be bloated and whatever. It doesn't do anything for me.
Yeah, I think it's a good muscle builder. So it has its use case, and it's so weird to me.
Yeah, I know you need potassium and
that
sodium.
When I used it first, just with test, I got a shit ton of water, and when I stacked it with test and primo, I felt like I could take whatever amount, and I would get no estrogenic side effects, and I'm super prone to it. So when I used it just with test, I was like, I needed so much AI, and I went way higher though. But it's kind of weird how my body changed in its response, because first I'm like, okay, this maybe I'm taking fake, and then I got another one from someone I know. He gets the best shit ever, and I'm like, well, same outcome. And then I had another one from a sponsor, and so I tried, and they all were the same. They all did the same. So I'm like, okay, they're either all fake or none is fake, and my reaction changed. So I'm really sure my reaction to it changed. But this is so weird, because I used to have to be so careful if I used it. Now I'm not using any nandrolones because I want to get my fertility up, and the nandrolones are the most counteracting in terms of fertility. They're the most suppressive. So this is going to be a year without nandrolone.
Well, I got it from Tony Huge from his whatever his company was called.
Yeah.
And he was selling it straight online, and I'm sure it was legit.
Yeah, me too.
Well, I was training for 4 fucking hours. I'm sure there's a good chance that I am a little dehydrated right now, and I do need some more water and electrolytes. I'm actually gonna do that right now. I'm just gonna get some water and electrolytes. I'll be right back. Hey, Gum. I have a rowdy kitty running around. What's this rowdy kitty doing? Alright.
But like I said, I got just bloated, and when I get bloated like that, I feel sluggish in the gym. I don't feel stronger. It just feels uncomfortable.
I just hate to get bloated because my face looks horrible.
I don't even care about the look as much as it's just I feel like after a show when you gain a ton of water and you just have this bloated, uncomfortable feeling, and it didn't make me any stronger. Same thing after a show. One time after a show, I tried to, you have the what do you call it when you after the show's over, the rebound. So I intentionally like ate as much as I could and took insulin and GH to see how much weight I could gain. And I pushed my weight from like 220 all the way up to 270 in probably like 3 weeks doing that. And my strength did not go up one bit at all. I just was like a big bloated mess.
Why would you do that?
It felt like total shit.
But it's definitely very individual, the response. But I would like very carefully, if I'd never had taken it, and that's how I approached it too, because I knew about it. I was like, I try 5 milligrams a day first to see how I react. So I would never start too high with that, like start very low and see how you individually react to it, especially if you're estrogen prone and you don't run primobolan on the side or something. Be careful. You could technically use it also as a base. You could, instead of testosterone, second with something, just run Menton drostanolone or so.
So the next one was Superdrol. Now I can tell you, I have never taken Superdrol because I just heard it was super liver toxic and I didn't really have access to it and I didn't really want to go out of my way to get it. If I want something liver toxic, I can just take Anadrol and I know that works. So I can't really speak on Superdrol from personal experience. I just heard it was very liver toxic, and so I never really messed with it. But
I just take it 3 to 4 days before show, because that's the one that makes me a little fuller, but unlike Anadrol or something else would make me like hold water at the same time in the wrong places. So that works for me. I don't use it at any other point in time. The only thing that you could do is if you have a strength plateau and you use it once a week before you train that certain muscle or so, because you have to be very careful. And then I would run Tutka all the time. You know what? I would run Tutka all the time anyways.
I run Tutka year round anyways.
Tutka is good anyways. But you know, if you're like cheap or you think you don't need it or your blood works great, like if you're on that, you need to run Tutka all the time, and you should never run it like if you run it straight up.
This cat. Oh my god, what is with you right now? Why are you so rowdy? He's got a really big cat head.
In like 2 weeks max.
3 new Frank shorts? Let me take a look. I don't know why it did that.
If you are a patient of a plastic surgeon and you were coerced into signing an NDA, a non-disclosure agreement,
he was not coerced into signing an NDA.
it's most likely invalid. And I'm surprised that so many people are afraid of these doctors and their NDAs when the first thing you Google is that, you know, most purposes for NDAs, such as preventing online negative reviews, are invalid, but they are enforceable for other purposes, such as protecting confidential business information. NDAs that are likely invalid: suppressing consumer reviews, forcing illegal actions, or concealing wrongdoing. And that's what they're doing. They messed up your face, they don't want you to leave reviews, and they are covering up wrongdoing. So if you were botched by a plastic surgeon and they force you into signing an NDA, that doesn't mean you can't say anything online. It doesn't matter if that's exactly what it says in the NDA. They are not allowed to do that. They are not allowed to suppress your freedom of speech and hide the truth. And what invalidates the NDA entirely is that it was signed under duress. You know, you saved up all this money, you trusted this plastic surgeon, and then they completely messed up and then said, oh, in order for you to get your money back, you have to promise to not tell anyone what I did to you. It's completely disgusting and ridiculous, and the tactics used by these plastic surgeons, possibly around the world, from what I've seen, it could just be an American thing. It could be a tactic taught by the American Board of Cosmetic Surgery. It might be a requirement for the training, from what I can see at this point, because these doctors are a bunch of manipulative degenerates, and as opposed to fixing their problems and doing the right thing, or I mean, don't even get me started on actually paying people for what was done to them. We are so far away from people getting the help they need and compensated for what was done to them, because what these doctors really do is they immediately go on the offensive and try to shut you up and silence you and make your life miserable. Because these doctors, they don't think you're human. You're not in the same social class as them. You're not as smart as them. You're not as famous and wealthy as these doctors. They view you literally lower than fucking animals. So when they botch your face, when they ruin your entire life, they don't care. They don't care at all. And that shows how inhumane a lot of these doctors are and these organizations are, and how big pharma is in general. And that's why more people need to stand up for themselves and go online and speak out. It doesn't matter if you signed an NDA. You can say whatever you want online. You can post whatever reviews you want. The doctor might they can't threaten you with legal action. The judge will wipe his ass with it. If you need any legal help regarding these doctors harassing you.
Well, Frank seems frustrated today.
So this is a little company pizza party thrown by Always Forwarding, which is the company that...
Oh my god, he's complaining about that again.
...let $20,000 worth of my Wagyu rot in a shipping container without a care in the world. Now, there's like an inside joke that's pretty well known that companies that throw pizza parties tend to treat their employees horribly, like they don't give them raises, they don't do anything, it's horrible working conditions, but hey, we got pizza! We got pizza! Which is even funnier if you knew that they lost an $800,000 lawsuit from stealing from their own employees. The parties reached a $775,000 settlement. So, how much money did Always Forwarding steal from its own employees to get sued for almost $1 million and lose? They probably stole 10 times as much as that. And would you want a company that steals from its own employees doing your business? Hey, they're going to censor me because it's the truth. So this is a little company pizza. So I looked more into this, and it's important to note that this occurred 10 years ago, which goes to show how long certain things can be in the court system. Now, if this girl had been on social media and garnished support and had anyone she could, even herself, sitting outside this place handing out flyers for those 10 years or even just a few years, I mean, they would have probably been out of business. So that's the important thing of, you know, if these people are controlling social media platforms, if they're controlling all of their reviews, if they're censoring you, the only thing you can physically do is print out a flyer of what happened to you and hand it out to people. I mean, that's your freedom of speech. That's all you can do. And for anyone that wants to support her in the Georgia area, I would find out who did this to her and start handing out flyers in that area. Now, in regards to what actually happened in the lawsuit, she won the lawsuit. I'm not exactly sure who she sued. I believe it was the practitioner or the provider or whatever place she went to receive this treatment. She didn't actually sue the manufacturer of the drug. And then what happened was they deemed the entity that she sued not eligible to pay. It was like $40 million. They granted her $40 million, but then they said, oh, because the person you sued is government, part of the Georgia state government, they don't have to pay the legal
How in the hell does that work? Like what?
Bills or whatever it is. There's like something in the Georgia law that says if it's a government entity, they are immune. Look, that's the gist of it. I don't know the specifics. I don't know the specific law. All I know is that she did win the case. She did receive the judgment, but for some reason, whoever she sued didn't have to pay her. But I feel like that is something that should have been known 10 years ago. I think her lawyers took her for a ride. They should have known that all along. And I would have probably sued whoever had the most money to pay that. I mean, most medical providers have plenty of money to pay that, but you got to sue someone who's eligible, and you can even argue that, okay, you can list the side effects of your drug, but that drug shouldn't be on the market if it can do that to someone. That's what I would have done. So hopefully this girl can still get some help, but it's really a shame what her lawyer did to her and what happened here, because there is no, like, how do you get jerked around the whole 10 years? Like that lawyer didn't know that the defendant didn't have to pay even if she won. I feel like that's a massive oversight. That's a massive, massive oversight. I'm sure, I don't know, maybe some lawyer or someone else can chime in on that, but...
Yeah, that sounds weird. You'd think her attorney would know better.
Facts. So that's why it's like kind of like you could use it like as a joker once in a while or so. But other than that, it's like totally going to F you up, especially like when it was over the counter legal for a while. So many people got badly hurt because they thought, oh, it's like some pill over the counter. Cool. And they all get F'd up.
So I was about to go to there when these compounds came out, these designer steroids, the reason they came out was when they were making the pro hormones, and pro hormones are just dirty steroids. And they just came up. They basically found some steroids that were just not listed as anabolic steroids yet on the list, so that they could sell them as supplements until they finally, DEA, FDA caught up to it and decided to list them. But these compounds have been around. Like I think what do you call DHB was made like in the 1960s, from what I was researching. It's an old drug. It just wasn't used because for whatever reason they decided it wasn't a good drug, and so it got put to the side. But it was actually made back in the 60s.
Equipoise is also called Baldanone, right? And Equipoise converts to DHB actually,
but only at 1%.
No, I think 5 to 15%.
No, 1%. I researched it. 1%. Sure? Yep.
Oh,
so it's totally different. It converts it 1% to dehydroboldenone. It's very low. So when you take EQ, you're getting hardly any DHB out of that. It's very, very minimal.
Interesting. That makes sense though.
So so it's a completely different drug. And that could vary depending on whether you're a high DHT converter or not, but it's still way low. It's almost nothing. So it's completely different than that. Someone's asking about methyltrembolone. I've never taken methyltrembolone, but I know when I trained with Scott Mendelson, he used to have the chick drops, and before a big lift, he would put it under his tongue, and it was in micrograms, and it made him literally psychotic. Like he was like going to a fucking rage.
Jeez.
Just putting that under his tongue before he lifted. And he used to do that before like a max bench press. I never messed with it though. That stuff is super toxic. Like I think it's like one of the most toxic things that you can ever take.
I think it's comparable to Superdrol in the way you could use it or not. No, this
is micrograms, not milligrams. It's just micrograms. That's how strong it is.
That's the check drops, yeah. But the methyltren is in milligrams.
I thought methyltren is chick drops. It's in micrograms.
Oh no, isn't check drops like metribulone or something? Let me check.
Yeah, it's metribulone.
Yeah, but I think metribulone it's not methyltren. I'm pretty sure methyltren is
maybe, but I know it's micrograms. It's trembolone in micrograms.
Yeah, metribulone. And methyltrenolone is methyltren. Methyltrembolone, sorry. Yeah. Methyltren comes. I think I'll just ask Brock. Methyltren.
That's right. It's methylated trembolone. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
But the midtrembolone is the chick drops. That's the stuff. That stuff is super toxic.
Yeah, that's the craziest. Yeah, some tablets are like 500 micrograms, but it's up to 2 milligrams. I've seen 1 milligram tabs for the methyltren. I think the check drops were always 250 micrograms or something like that. I think 250 micrograms. Yeah. Oh yeah, this guy has oral tren and it's 1 milligram. Yeah. And he's wrong. Well,
that it's 1 milligram.
No, he's wrong by saying mebolarone. No, he doesn't say mebolarone. He says metribulone. Metribulone? I only know mebolarone and methyltren. What is metribulone? Maybe that's another name. Oh, metribulone is another word for methyltren. Okay. Yeah, but we're talking. Sorry, like Larry probably mixes up a little bit because the names are so similar. Mebolarone and metribulone. It's like, come on.
Right.
Yeah. But I think everyone got what we meant. Like check drop versus methyltren. That's the best names because they're very easy to differentiate.
But anyways, all of these things came out when they were doing the pro.
Yeah, I'll probably play the new Silent Hill. Closer to Halloween.
Hormones during that period of time when Blackstone and all these guys were doing pro hormones, and I actually tried some of them at the time, and I just remember having like a shitty feeling, like a toxic feeling every time I took those, no matter what it was.
Yeah.
And I did get stronger on one of them, but I don't remember which one it was, but I only took it for a short time because I just felt toxic. And so there's a reason why these things, they're not new drugs that new scientists developed in a lab. They're old drugs that were discarded because they had bad side effects. And then these idiots put them on the market as pro hormones until they got banned, and then they became popular again. But the basic hormones that everybody's been taking forever, like your regular nandrolone, primobolan, all the things that made it to market and were tested, there's a reason why they've been around and people used them. They're way less toxic and way safer, and probably as effective or more effective than all these weird things.
Yeah, I mean, a non-functioning body won't grow too. So it's also that, like you said, like these are actual steroids. They were marketed as pro hormones. If you buy a pro hormone now, it's really a pro hormone. So it has to convert into the hormone, which it does at a poor rate, usually orally. So that's crap. So you're basically paying for underdosed oral nandrolone, a shit ton of money, just because you get it over the counter. It has more side effects. It doesn't work as well. And you would have to take 3 bottles instead of just taking 3 injections, which would cost you like, I don't know, $20. You're paying for 3 bottles at like $180. It's just stupid. Like if you take pro hormones, just dump them and take straight the hormone that it's going to convert into. Yeah, it's like it's like you buy a cow for more than you could get the whole.
People are dumb, dude. People are dumb. That's how Greg is making money with his supplements.
The whole meat already chopped up and ready to eat. Makes no sense.
Well, anyways, I think some people like to put this out because they're looking for new material, something to talk about.
True, yeah.
And it's just, this stuff is just bad. It's all the way bad. There's nothing good about it. And it's totally unnecessary. Your regular tried and true tested anabolics that everybody knows will work. And even Trenbolone, I'm not a fan of Trenbolone because of the temper and all that, but even that is not as bad as some of these other ones, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Like I got a bad temper on Trenbolone, but my joints didn't fall apart. I didn't feel like I was tearing my body apart.
And it works at so low dosages already, which people don't want to recognize. Like you don't need much of it for actually really good benefit.
Yeah, I mean, right now I have a guy getting ready for USA. He's 4 weeks out. We just put it in at 30 milligrams 3 times a week. That's it.
Yeah, that's already pretty good. So
Yeah,
like it's going to keep your muscle on, make you look a little fuller. There you go.
Yep. So we're going to go on to the Nextzilla. He just won his first pro show. And I'll say it by default because no one else good was in there. Andy Presti was second to him.
I think my friend Adolf should have easily beat Presti, like by a landslide. He got third. I think he was way better than Presti. Presti looked so old and worn out. It was, and dude, in the comments from Nick Strength and Power, almost every other comment was like, Presti should have been third, Adolf should have been second. Like there was like such a clear second place for Adolf for me. Like I don't even realize it. So this is Adolf. Like he has really good quality muscle.
Asked Scooby today about Greg's supplements, and he admitted it sucks ass. Yeah. Why do you think Greg looks the way he does? Like, what has Greg taken throughout the entirety of his bodybuilding career to make him look the way he does? He's been taking testosterone, Primobolan, Masteron, Anavar, Trenbolone, all these different steroids. And he's also done clenbuterol, T3, T4, like Cytomel. And then what does he do? First what he did was he actually sold steroids. He was a drug dealer. But then he got locked up. I don't think he actually went to prison. He was under house arrest. But he was selling steroids because they work. And he was making good money doing that, apparently. So then the Canadian government caught him. His shipment was stopped at the border. He was under house arrest, so he can't do that anymore. So how's the guy going to make money? Oh, I know. Let me sell supplements that I would never have used when I was doing bodybuilding and I looked my best. So, congratulations, you're banned. So, it's just ridiculous. The supplements are just fucking garbage and stupid, dude. They're for losers. They're for dumb people. They're for dumb people who can't think for themselves and they can't just connect the dots. Greg takes steroids and he's selling these supplements that aren't steroids. So that's what dumb people are good for. They're good for menial labor and they're good for enriching yourself with scams.
The guy's really thick.
Oh yeah, I saw him.
He's so much better than Presti. I'm like, what the heck? Maybe we have more steak shots here. I'm not sure that's a little swag, but he looked amazing. Like the side triceps, we were posting him. It's really good. And it's such a huge hamstring too. I want to see the side chest.
I think you have a delay going on with your thing because they're not changing the picture.
Yeah, it's black. I don't think it.
Dude, his internet sucks. Holy shit! Every time he brings up a photo, his internet slows down.
And just his legs are like, they seem to be like, they always look pumped up. Maybe they're just so heavy and so muscular that he can't keep the separation. in his legs because as soon as he moves, he gets a pump. I don't know, but that's what it looks like. But it's probably just too much fat because if you look at the backside, there's still some fat on there. But his upper body.
If you look when he does his side shots, so he has striations in the quads.
Yeah, side shots were great. Yeah, I like his muscle. It looks so fresh and so like quality and thick and young, and that's really.
You didn't get banned. You're fine.
Good. I just I just think he needs more, just a little more. Dude, I would put him on a bike and let him ride a marathon. Like, if he loses a little bit of muscle, who cares? Like, I would just get him peeled. Like, dude, you just like fast for 3 days and go.
I don't know. I don't think it's fat on his legs. It's just he doesn't have separation because there's just so much blood volume in there.
Yeah, it could be, but you know why I think it's still a little fat is because also his glutes are a little chubby. So I think his glutes wouldn't. I don't think his glutes would be pumped up to that degree that they couldn't show any separation. I think there's a little more to go, but he was definitely better than last year, and I think he's also going to win next weekend. What do you think?
I don't know who's competing next weekend. Well, no, we know he's not going to win because Nathan's going in there.
Yeah,
and Nathan just beat him. Just beat him in the show a couple weeks back.
But I don't think Nathan is going to get better, and I think Negzilla could get better. And Negzilla was never next to Nathan, so he can't expose Nathan's weaknesses. So I think Negzilla can actually win against Nathan. And also Nathan didn't do himself any favors by saying Steve is an asshole, an idiot. But basically, it's so ridiculous. He says, "Oh, I never win." He won like I always get fourth. He has 12 pro wins. What the hell are you talking about, dude?
Yeah, it might have not been the smartest thing, but hopefully, they don't hold it against him because technically, like, even if they don't like what he said, they shouldn't, they should still judge him on his physique. Not.
I think they actually will. They're going to be cool about it. Yeah. But I think it was a weak move from Nathan. I could bet that Steve even tried to contact him, and Nathan probably didn't even answer.
Yeah, Bonek.
Steve really doesn't like that. If you attack him and you don't talk to him personally and just do it online, which I would be the same way. Like, why would you attack me online but you say nothing in person? Like when I'm around all the time, he could have asked him like, what was up? Like, why was I think I was judged unfairly? Like, and he's just then 2 days later, and it's not like saying, oh, I think I should have won. He literally said that it was not because of his physique or what they thought, like how they judged him. It was because they don't like him or they don't want him to win. So that's the different thing, right? If you say I saw it different than the judges, or if you say that the judges didn't want him to win because of other things, because they don't like him or something.
He was trying to say it was like a Lee Priest thing, like he was a kind of they just don't like him.
Yeah,
so being outspoken or whatever.
Yeah, but he's not outspoken. Just about himself. That's not being outspoken. If you just about himself.
He claims to be.
Yeah, if you're outspoken, if you criticize the Federation for things that affect everyone or other people.
Is 50 milligrams per 10 mil vial good for TRT? No. If there's 50 milligrams per 10 mils, that's nothing. Test C, 50 milligram, 10 mil. I think you mean 50 milligram per mil in a 10 mil vial. That's a very low dose. It generally comes in 200 milligrams per mil. I don't know where the fuck you're looking. I don't know what source you're looking at, but that is 4 times lower than what it's normally concentrated at. And testy is usually 200 to 250 per mil. You don't even know how to read the thing.
People, but if you just complain about yourself, that's not that outspoken. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's just whining.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. If you really feel that way, I get it.
Dude, if you don't even know how to read the vial and do basic math, you should not be taking steroids. If you're that, you need to do a lot more fucking research, dude.
But I don't know. This is kind of, because no one else kind of saw it like that. It was not like the whole internet was like, yeah, he's right. It's like no one said that. No one had him first.
Yeah.
Would you still say the conventional advice of maxing out as a natty before going on roids is valid? I think you should at least try to get to late intermediate stage, at least, if not advanced stage. You don't have to max out necessarily, but you should try to become an advanced lifter. You need to learn how to train and how to push past plateaus, how to manipulate your training and diet and stuff, to get more gains, because if you just hop on steroids and you don't know how to train, you're just going to be in a position where you're just going to have to take more drugs, which isn't really ideal. you want to get the most out of the drugs you're taking. So if you actually know how to train and eat properly, then you can get the most out of the drugs you're taking.
The other thing is, I don't think Steve has any vested interest in one guy winning over another.
No, he doesn't.
I don't think he cares.
No, he doesn't care.
He doesn't get anything for it. Like, you know,
he really doesn't care. Dude, Steve cares way more about his reputation than anything else. He wouldn't do that to his reputation. He's aware of the situation he's in and that he's looked at all the time. And he's not dumb. He knows it's the stupidest thing to do because it was hurt himself so much more in the long run. Just getting someone, like, it makes no sense.
Yeah.
This guy is not dumb.
well, back in the day, you know, you had people in the judging panel that were like,
who had higher team, Muhammad or Jesus, assuming they existed? Probably Muhammad, since he, like, literally fucked everything that moved.
Because a promoter put him there, and it was a promoter's friend, and there was real politics going on.
Oh, sure,
I don't think it's really like that at most of these shows now. You know, you just got Steve and his crew, and I don't think anybody has any attachment to any specific bodybuilders that matter.
Definitely not in the highest ranks of judging. Like the Olympia judges, they all are good. Like some local IFBB judges.
Oh yeah, well that's a totally different thing.
But the top judges, bro, like, come on, that's ridiculous. I mean, they give people all the time, like, let people win that are probably not even going to get to the Olympia. How stupid is that? If it's all about money and all about, you know, how clever is it to have some Iranian guy qualify who hasn't, like, been able to come for 3 years straight? Like, where's the benefit? You tell me. I don't know. You know, let someone else win he's definitely going to bring more crowd. The Iranians are not going to fly out to see him because no one's allowed to. So there's, like, Nathan Yasha would bring more people.
Some guy said he took one bottle of DHB and loved it. Okay, I loved it too for 6 weeks until all hell broke loose. So you didn't say how long you took it for, what dosage you took it for, anything. So that doesn't mean anything. One bottle at 100 milligrams per cc. So that's 1,000 milligrams. So what did you take it for, and how much? You're not telling us anything.
We know that a bottle is a vial. So but the thing is, like, how old is that guy? Like, what did he eat? And, you know, it's everything's individual, but it seems to be way more likely to run into bad side effects with this drug than others. And I think the liver toxicity and the organ toxicity is, like, you know, throughout whoever takes it, it's not going to be good. Like, if you feel like shit, that's going to be even worse. But yeah.
So it's 10 cc, it's 100 milligrams per milliliter. So how many milligrams did you take, Jeff, per week?
Yeah, he could have been like 6 weeks on 150.
Yeah,
and he's like, so that would be 900.
Yeah,
could have done it, like, yeah, but that was enough. Like, he took probably as much as you took because you stopped at 900. You know, you did 6 weeks with 150. But I mean, I took way more and it didn't affect me that way. But I told you, like, the bad effects were the bad effects that you had too. I just didn't have, like, joint pain or anything or whole body pain. But I'm a different person. And you say, like, you also know a lot of people that had that side effect. So it's yeah, like, the risk to benefit profile is totally not worth it to me. That's why I haven't taken it. Because I'm like, well, if I think it's stronger than whatever another drug, then a milder drug like Primo or Masteron, I could double that, you know, because, like, some people, they're always so, milligrams. But, you know, like, there's some drugs that are so mild you can take double and we will have less side effects and maybe even more effect. Like, it's not that simple that, you know, you just have to compare drugs to another drug from milligram to milligram, you know. So, yeah, you always have to look at the risk.
Potency versus efficacy. So just because a drug might be twice as potent, that doesn't mean it's better to take that drug if it comes with more side effects. So you can double the dose of another drug because it has lower potency, but it doesn't come with any side effects.
Reward ratio. I mean, everyone can try it if they want, but you know what you're going to run into and how you have to, you know, set yourself up to possibly have the least side effects you could. So, you know, up whatever anti-inflammatory foods you can have, like double the fish oil, double the
man, I do.
Dude, you know, that's another funny thing. Like, it's kind of funny, like, these people talk about lowering inflammation and stuff because that can be a side effect of steroid use. Why don't you follow a vegan diet? Like, eat lots of fruits and vegetables. Those are the most anti-inflammatory foods. But these people eat tons of fucking red meat, chicken, fish can be anti-inflammatory, like salmon, but, like, they're eating, like, chicken and red meat like fucking crazy. These foods either have a neutral effect on inflammation at best or will raise inflammation, especially red meat. Like, you could eat tofu. Tofu is very anti-inflammatory, has all these health benefits, lowers blood pressure. The soy phytoestrogens, they're anti-inflammatory, has fiber, helps with insulin sensitivity. Like, it's so weird, man.
You all that stuff already, and it didn't make any difference. It stuff messed me up bad.
Yeah.
So
yeah, you also have Crohn's, so that's also on top. So you know, if you wouldn't have had that, maybe it would have gone like better. Who knows?
Well, I'm sure when I was younger, I could take higher dosages and more toxic shit and deal with it, but not anymore. But still,
it depends on your goals. Why would you need to take DHP? It's the same with Trent. If you don't,
again,
why the hell?
My only reason for taking it was because on this message board,
I know.
Everybody was saying it increases your insulin sensitivity and that it's so anabolic, and they said there was no side effects until I brought up the side effects, and then everybody's like, "Oh yeah, we all got that."
Yeah, it's you know what? Like you could read studies on testosterone, and then you'll see that it increases insulin sensitivity. So maybe they read a study on dihydroboldenone, and it increased insulin sensitivity to a degree for people that were on nothing before. And it's like, well, is it any better than testosterone? No, it's the same with the YK11 stuff.
Some of this stuff that the people are putting out is just straight bullshit. Yeah. It's just straight bullshit. They just make shit up.
Maybe it's also because they have a shit ton at home, and they create 15 accounts, and then they're like, they want to sell it on those boards. Who knows? Could be anything.
I don't know. When I first got interested in it, I had my guys make it. They didn't even carry it, but I had them make it, and they made it right because, like I said, there was no pip. It was perfectly clear. I still got 15 brand new bottles I'm never going to touch.
Yeah. Well, let's get into Portugal. So you think Nathan is going to get the win? I guess
just based on that, he just beat Nexzilla like what 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
So
it's
I
the
mean,
most likely outcome. Yes.
He's probably the favorite going into it. So
no
try
brainer for me.
Try to do a vacuum.
No. But at the Arnold, he was worse than Olympia. But I think
not by much though. We've never seen Samson totally peeled.
That's true. I agree. So Derek has to replicate definitely because Hottie is going to be in, and but like if you're bald and like have some facial hair, it's like it looks so I don't know, or you have to have like.
Okay, I've been streaming for almost 7 hours, and it's late. It's almost 4 in the morning. I'm going to get some sleep, but I should be on tomorrow night. I'll try to start the stream somewhere between 6 and 8 p.m. Try my best to do that. But hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. And I will see you all tomorrow. So, sweet dreams.